Zhang Yunqing sent a shaking message to Li Wenwen on QQ by the way. After a while, Li Wenwen sent the salary standard statistics table to Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing looked at the salary standard statistics table and found that there was nothing to add, so he forwarded it to Hua Renjie, the person in charge of settlement. Zhang Yunqing came to Hua Renjie's workstation and wanted to ask Hua Renjie for help. Hua Gong, I just came to the company, and I am not familiar with the colleagues in the project department of our business department, and I have no contact information. During the discussion meeting yesterday afternoon, I asked for statistics on the wage standards of workers corresponding to each project department. I would like to ask you to help contact and arrange the business personnel of the project department to fill in the form. Can you see it? Hua Renjie replied generously, okay, here are the documents. Zhang Yunqing replied, Hua Gong, I have just sent the file to your QQ. Please help inform the project department that the statistics will be completed before going off work tomorrow afternoon and report back. Hua Renjie said, I am responsible for collecting the data of each project department and giving it to you. You can do the statistical summary yourself. Zhang Yunqing felt strange when he heard this smell, and still politely replied, no problem. At this moment, Zhang Yunqing saw that Li Wenwen brought a tall and strong boy to the office of the Ministry of Commerce. Li Wenwen introduced Hua Bai to the boys and said, Su Gong, this is the head of the Commerce Department of the 5th Division of our Southwest Construction Company, Limited Hua Bai Hua. After Li Wenwen finished speaking, she introduced the boy to Hua Bai and said, Mr. Hua, this is Su Dequai Su, who has agreed to be the fund manager of the Commerce Department of our 5th Division. I have already gone through the onboarding procedures for him, and now I still need it. Sign it to confirm. Hua Bai readily signed the word agree and his name on the application form for Su Dequai handed over by Li Wenwen. Hua Bai handed the signed Su Dequai application form to Li Wenwen and said, Thank you for your hard work, Wenwen, I would like to trouble you to complete the follow-up of this form. If there is any obstacle, please contact me in time. To coordinate. Li Wenwen answered yes, and took Su Dequai's entry application form to the business unit president Song Ziyuan to sign. Hua Bai invited Han Zhaokai into his office and said, Zhaokai, this is the newly hired Su Dequai, I will hand him over to you, and the workstation will be placed next to you. You must let Su Dequai learn as soon as possible. Work related to funding programs. Han Zhaokai replied, Okay, President Hua, don't worry. He said to Su Dequai, Su Gong, let's go, I'll take you to your workstation. After arriving at his workstation, Han Zhaokai pointed to the workstation to the right of his workstation and said to Su Dequai, according to Mr. Hua's instructions, you can take this workstation. This will facilitate the communication between the two of us at any time. Su Dequai said to Han Zhaokai, what about your surname? How should I address you? Han Zhaokai patted his head and said with a smile, Feng Gui, last name is Han, name is Zhaokai. Han Xian's Han, Zhaokai Jinbao's Zhaokai. I forgot to introduce myself first, I'm sorry. Su Gong. Su Dequai Han smiled twice, easily alleviating the embarrassment of the two. Su Dequai said, Han Gong, your name is good. Anyone who uses you will attract money. Han Zhaokai said happily, that is, in my experience, anyone who uses my boss has made a fortune. Su Dequai agreed, that is necessary. After chatting for a while, Su Dequai asked Han Zhaokai for advice. Mr. Hua just now asked you to teach me about the funding plan, and I'd like to trouble you. Han Zhaokai replied, no problem, rap it on me. I promise to teach you, don't worry. Tell me your QQ number, add you and send a sample form of the capital plan. Show you. Han Gong, my QQ number is XXXXXXXX, it has 8 numbers. I've added you, let's pass it. Then wait a minute, I have to open this desktop computer at my workstation and log into my QQ. That computer was used by someone else before, and it has a password. The password seems to be one with 4 Arabic numerals. Try it. 4 ones are entered, and the password is incorrect. Su Gong, how about you try the 6 Arabic numerals one? Login is successful, thanks to Gong Gong. It doesn't matter. Han Gong, what is your QQ nickname? I haven't logged in on this QQ for a long time. There are a lot of people who have added me. I can't tell which one is you. My nickname is Lucky Fortune. Okay, I found it. Through your friend, I applied. Please send me the sample form of the funding plan to study. Posted. I have already received it. Gong Gong, the form has been opened. Wow, this form is so complicated. It's been a while, so I don't understand it. Su Gong, don't be nervous. The watch looks complicated, but it's easy to make. Han Gong, don't fool me, there are so many sample forms, divided so finely, and there are formulas everywhere. How can you say it's so simple? I said it's simple, it's simple. When I first came, no one taught me, and I understood this table in a few days. If I talk about it in detail, you should be serious. I estimate that in 1 to 2 hours, I will allow you to figure out the key practices of this table. Han Gong, let me watch it for a while, and then ask you to guide me. Yes, take a look first and understand, and what I say will come faster. In this way, I will go to someone to communicate something, as long as you feel okay, or if you think there is a problem, just call me over. Okay, Gong Gong, you're busy first. After Han Zhaokai arranged Su Dequai, he quickly walked to Zhang Yinqing's side and whispered, Gong Zhang, Su Dequai is here. I wanted to tell him the capital plan first, but he asked to take a look first. After the form, ask me again. How are you feeling? Zhang Yinqing said, what, how do I feel? You are not communicating, shouldn't you feel it? Han Zhaokai replied, I feel like I have found a treasure. Zhang Yinqing was surprised, oh, there is such a good thing. Han Zhaokai said, my intuition tells me that he said that the form is complicated, but his emotional intelligence is higher, and he doesn't want to embarrass me, so he doesn't need to teach him, he should have learned it. It just needs a brief discussion to help him confirm the company's funds. The essence of the schedule is just fine. Zhang Yinqing said, it's that simple. If it's true, it really is a treasure. He still has to study for a while now, and he may come to you to ask questions when he almost understands what he's doing. However, have you ever thought about using a more reliable method to verify whether your idea is correct? Han Zhaokai asked, verify? How to verify? Just listening to Zhang Yunqing whisper a few words to Han Zhaokai smiled. Han Zhaokai walked quickly to Li Wenwen's office. Came back in a few minutes. Han Zhaokai asked, Gong Zhang, how many points do you guess? Zhang Yunqing said, if it is as you said, at least 120 points. Han Zhaokai replied, Li Wenwen showed me Su Dequai's IQ test and the score was 125. Zhang Yunqing said with a smile, it's all right, he must learn the capital plan very quickly. Just make sure to stabilize him, and you will succeed. Han Zhaokai said, looks like I'm lucky this time. Maybe after the 4 p.m. training, Su Dequai has already learned the capital plan. After finishing speaking, he went back to his workstation. Zhang Yunqing saw that there was news coming from the QQ group of the Ministry of Commerce. When he clicked on it, it was notified to hold a bidding process training meeting in the large conference room at 2 p.m., and a capital planning training meeting at 4 p.m. in the large conference room. Zhang Yunqing arrived at the large conference room at 1:55 with the record book and found a seat to sit down. It's 2 o'clock, it's been 100 years. Hua Bye asked Lin Yiping, have all the participants in the training session arrived? Lin Yiping replied, Mr. Hua, everyone is here, including Su Dequai who just reported this morning. Hua Bye said, okay. Hua Bye sat down and said, 2 training sessions were organized this afternoon. The first session was the bidding process training session given by Lin Yiping, the bidding director of the Ministry of Commerce, and the second session was the funding plan given by Han Zhaokai, the finance director of the Ministry of Commerce. To prepare a training session. Lin Yiping and Han Zhaokai have made hard preparations for more than a week so that this training session can be explained clearly and thoroughly, so that everyone can quickly understand the work content of these two parts through the training session. Let's welcome Lin Yiping to explain the bidding process to us with warm applause. As Hua Bai's voice fell, there was a minute of applause from the venue. Lin Yiping smiled nervously, "Thank you for the warm applause. I am Lin Yiping, the bidding director of the Ministry of Commerce. Today I will share with you the bidding process of Western Construction Company, Limited. If you have any questions, please record it first. Come down. After I finish sharing, there will be a Q/U0026A session. Now I start sharing. The current bidding process is divided into two main types. One is the government recruitment category. The source of this part of the funds is state-owned assets, or the percentage of state-owned assets is relatively heavy. Here is his flowchart. The other category is non-government recruitment, and this part of the source of funds is private capital. Here is his flowchart. 10,000 words are omitted here. Lin Yiping explained in detail according to two types of flowcharts. After taking a sip of water, I asked everyone, I have finished sharing about the two major types of process problems. If you have any questions, you can ask them. Zhang Yunqing asked, Lin Gong, what are the main differences between these two types of bidding processes for a construction unit like my Western architecture? Lin Yiping replied, I understand the main differences between the two are. Every place in the government category has a strict participation standard, such as time, place, and the sealing of bid documents. For non-government, if the relationship with the owner is a little better, there are not so high requirements for the production of bid documents, but generally after the opening of the bid, multiple rounds of negotiation and discussion are required for price issues and contract issues. Li Jun, the person in charge of the budget, asked, does government-based recruitment, on-site registration, and bid opening all have to be attended by the project manager in the bidding document? Lin Yiping replied, Li Gong asked this question. Now a large proportion of government recruitment is required in this way. Some also require the technical person in charge to also go. Lei Zhao, the person in charge of settlement, asked, for non-government tenders, which companies are we mainly participating in? Are there any tenders that you don't particularly want to participate in? Lin Yiping replied, we are not involved in non-government bidding now. What we want to participate in is the bidding of domestic non-real estate leading private enterprises. The bidding that we don't particularly want to participate in is real estate. There are not many real estate projects, but it always hurts. Zhou Jian asked, Lin Gong, listen to what you said, the bidding process and focus of each project may be very different. Does this mean that every bidding requires us to study and study carefully? Lin Yiping replied, the question asked by Jian touches on the pain point of our bidding team. It is exactly as you said, every time we get the bidding documents, we are terrified. We need to arrange arrangements in the shortest possible time. The special person is familiar with the bidding documents and understands the key points of the bidding documents. Special attention is that those conditions for rejection of bids must be checked word for word, and the conditions for rejection of bids must be 100% avoided in the bidding documents. Lin Yiping looked at everyone and said, it seems that the problem is almost the same. If there is no problem, I will share a very important content in the bidding. This is the preparation and precautions of the bidding gross profit margin calculation document. 10,000 words are omitted here. After Lin Yiping finished speaking, she said, now you can ask questions related to the preparation of the bidding gross profit margin calculation document. Zhang Yunqing asked, as for the definition of this gross profit rate, in the companies I have experienced before, there are always different algorithm problems. In our Western construction companies, is this gross profit rate uniformly defined? Lin Yiping replied, regarding the gross profit margin of bidding, it is stipulated in Western construction companies that the gross profit margin of bidding equals 1 cost/quote. According to this formula, it is understood that the gross profit rate of bidding is less than or equal to 100%, and it is impossible to appear greater than 100%. Gross profit margin. Zhang Yunqing said, yes, some companies calculate the percentage based on, quote cost/cost, so there is a situation where the gross profit margin is greater than 100%. Lin Yiping replied, this is also one of the reasons why we have to train new employees. When everyone comes to Western buildings, they must perform their daily work according to the customary patterns and regulations of Western buildings. As Zhang Gongyu said, the calculation of gross profit margin is in conflict with our company's calculation and cannot be used. Zhang Yunqing asked, when bidding, the cost is floating, and the quotation is actually floating, and our final bidding price often includes temporary funds and temporary valuations. Does this part also consider the gross profit rate? Lin Yiping replied, the gross profit margin is divided into the gross profit margin of the list item and the gross profit margin of the total price. The quotation of the gross profit rate of the list item includes the tentative valuation, and the gross profit margin of the total price is to be deducted from the temporary deposit. Seeing that everyone did not ask Lin Yiping any more questions, Hua Baibai said, okay. We all applaud and thank Lin Yiping for her wonderful explanation. Below, we strongly welcome Han Zhaokai to give us a training explanation on the preparation of capital plans. Everyone applauds and welcomes. Between the two warm applause, Lin Yiping returned to her conference seat, and Han Zhaokai came to the podium. Han Zhaokai opened the fund planning training PPT file on the computer and said, hello everyone. I am Han Zhaokai, the head of funds of the Commerce Department of the 5th Division of Southwest Construction Company, Ltd. I am very happy to share with you the content related to the preparation of the company's capital plan today. It is estimated that the explanation will take 30 minutes. Explanation of thousands of words is omitted here. Han Zhaokai finally finished speaking, wiped the tiny beads of sweat on his forehead and said, thank you for listening, and this is the end of my fund plan preparation and sharing. Now let's go to the question and answer session. Because many colleagues may not have or you have seldom been exposed to this funding plan preparation, so please feel free to ask questions. Our goal is to use the least absolute time to help more absolute numbers of people to solve the problems related to the preparation of funding plans. After thinking, please, raise your hand and ask questions. After Han Zhaokai spoke, most people raised their right hands, indicating that they had questions to ask. Han Zhaokai said to Lei Zhao, the person in charge of the materials, Lei Gong, the first prize is given to you. Please ask questions. Lei Zhao took the microphone, stood up and said, okay, thank you Gong Gong. Because there are more fresh blood to participate in this training session today, I hereby suggest that old and new employees give a brief introduction to themselves before asking questions, so that the staff of the Ministry of Commerce can get acquainted with each other as soon as possible. I get up. Hello everyone, I'm Lei Zhao, the Material Director of the Ministry of Commerce. I'm called to hold a meeting in the wind and thunder. I have been specializing in material procurement for more than 10 years, and I am particularly familiar with the recruitment and procurement work of stone, steel, cement, and floor materials. Mr. Han, regarding the preparation of the capital plan, when the project is preparing the capital plan, who is the person who prepares the capital plan for the material part? Lei Gong, the material planner for the material part of the project department's capital plan is the material person in charge of the project department. Han Gong, some of our project departments have a material person in charge, some project departments have only one material staff member, and some project departments don't even have a material staff member. How should we handle these situations? Lei Gong, if the project department has a material person in charge, the material person in charge of the project department will prepare the material part of the capital plan and hand it over to the business manager. If the project department has only material staff, the project department material staff will exercise the right of the project material person in charge. If the department does not even have a material staff, the work of the material fund plan cannot be placed there. You can choose to be prepared by the business manager of the project department, or you can choose the person in charge of the material, Lei Gong, who you designate to prepare the material fund plan. Han Gong, I have fully understood the preparation of the funding plan for the material part. After the funding plan for the materials is prepared, what should be done if the project department cannot reach an agreement on who will review the project? I have just introduced that after the project department's material funding plan is completed, it is handed over to the project department's business manager, which means that the approval process is reviewed by the project department's business manager. When the project department's review when the opinions cannot be reached, for example, when the material person in charge of the project department and the business manager of the project department have a dispute over the amount of funds allocated for the month, the project manager is preferred to participate in the discussion and review. A consensus can be reached. If there is still no consensus, the material manager of the project department can report the situation to Lei Gong, the material person in charge of the Ministry of Commerce. It is up to you to coordinate the project to reach an agreement. Han Gong, I have no problem. Okay. Thank you Lei Gong for your question. These questions raised by Lei Gong are all practical problems faced by the project department when implementing the funding plan. Please continue to ask questions below. Han Zhaokai consciously looked for people who raised their hands to ask questions among the newcomers, and said to Su Dequai who had just arrived, Su Gong, you simply looked at our company's capital plan this morning, and you are a newcomer at the same time. Come here. Ask questions. Su Dequai stood up and said, thank you to Han Gong for giving me the opportunity to ask questions. Hello everyone, according to the suggestion of Lei Gong, the person in charge of the materials, I will introduce myself. My name is Su Dequai, Su Dongpa Su, a good moral character. The Kwai of Chao Ping Dao is the friend of a friend under the word Chao, and there is another standing knife on the right. The word K is also a surname. I have been working for 5 years since I graduated. Before I came to the company, I was in the project department of a state-owned enterprise. As an on-site management engineer, I am already familiar with the relevant construction procedures. Now I come to Western Construction, and I am hired as a fund manager. After listening to Su Dequai's self-introduction, there was a little commotion below. I just heard someone whispering, wow, money manager, isn't Han Zhaokai a money manager? Another person echoed, yes, now there is a Su Dequai, who is also a fund manager. Our Ministry of Commerce is awesome. It took 100 years to see that this situation was not right, and he tapped the table with his hands and said, everyone, be quiet, it's a training session, please ask questions carefully, listen to the lecture, and don't focus on other things. Don't discuss topics that have nothing to do with training, it's really annoying. No, come to the office after the meeting and ask me questions alone. Everyone gradually quieted down. Seeing this situation, Hua Baibai said to Su Dequai, Su Gong, your self-introduction is not bad, it is relatively clear. For those who ask questions later, please refer to Su Gong's model for self-introduction, so that everyone can understand each other. Su Gong, please ask your next question. Su Dequai continued Hua 100 years words, thank you for the encouragement from President Hua. Since I am a newcomer, I have never been in touch with the preparation of this funding plan before. Maybe my question is rather strange. If there is something wrong, please understand me. Han Zhaokai said, Su Gong, don't worry, there is nothing wrong with me, you can just mention it. Su Dequai asked, okay, Han Gong. I see that there are many people in the approval column under the capital plan, such as preparers, material managers, seedling managers, production managers, business managers, project managers, etc. Are these people fully staffed in every project department? Han Zhaokai replied, the preparers are generally the business managers under the business manager, the material manager, the seedling manager, the production manager, the business manager, the project manager, etc. In principle, it is required for newly opened projects and projects under construction with great fanfare. Get these people fully equipped. Su Dequai asked, "Okay, Han Gong. I see that there are many people in the approval column under the capital plan, such as preparers, material managers, seedling managers, production managers, business managers, project managers, etc. Are these people fully staffed in every project department?" Han Zhaokai replied, "The preparers are generally the business managers under the business manager, the material manager, the seedling manager, the production manager, the business manager, the project manager, etc. In principle, it is required for newly opened projects and projects under construction with great fanfare. Get these people fully equipped. Gong Han, what are the main responsibilities of those people in the project department on the sign and approval column in the preparation of the capital plan?" Han Zhaokai looked at Su Dequai and continued, "The compiler is responsible for the content of the entire fund plan form, including the fund plan for materials and seedlings. The person in charge of materials is responsible for the preparation of the material funding plan. The person in charge of the seedlings is responsible for the preparation of the seedlings fund plan. The production manager is responsible for reviewing whether the payment amount allocated for labor, materials, seedlings, and on-site funds is reasonable from the perspective of production, and has the right to adjust the unreasonable parts. The business manager is responsible for reviewing whether the payment amount allocated for labor services, materials, seedlings, and on-site funds is reasonable from the perspective of business, and has the right to adjust the unreasonable parts. The project manager is responsible for coordinating and deploying the payment amount of the entire project, and has the right to adjust it according to the overall situation of the project." Su Dequai then asked, "What is the main basis for the preparation of the project department, the person in charge of materials, and the person in charge of seedlings when compiling the payment amount of the capital plan?" Han Zhaokai explained, "They have two main bases when compiling the monthly payment amount of this fund plan. One is the payment ratio corresponding to the time node agreed in the contract, and the other is the actual completed output value of the previous month." Su Dequai asked, "Can you give a simple example for one or two?" Han Zhaokai smiled and said, "Of course it is. I am quite good at giving examples. E.G., a nursery stock supplier, his contract stipulates that the progress payment is 70% of the monthly progress output value. The output value he completed between March 1st and March 31st is assumed to be 1 million according to the contract unit price, and on April 1st the output value completed by the 5th date assumes that the contract unit price is calculated to be 200,000. Then, when we prepared the capital plan on April 5th, we first entered his output value of 1 million into the ERP, and his monthly payment amount was 1 million multiplied by 70% of the progress payment ratio, that is, he paid 700,000. Su Dequai asked, "Then the 200,000 output value completed between April 1st and 5th will not be included in the payment limit of the month?" Han Zhaokai replied, "Yes, it is stipulated in the company's contract model that the output value completed in the current month will be paid in the next month. The capital plan is prepared on the 5th day of the next month after the output value is completed. So that April 1st to 5th the output value completed during the period can only be combined with the output value completed from April 6th to 30th, and it will be calculated as the output value completed in the previous month when it is compiled in the next month, that is, on May 5th, and then paid into the current month." After Su Dequai waited for Han Zhaokai to answer, he said that there was no problem. Han Zhaokai chose Zhang Yunqing among the people who raised their hands to ask questions. Zhang Yunqing stood up and said, "Hello everyone. My name is Zhang Yunqing, Zhang with a long bow, a cloud with blue sky and white clouds, and Qing with green vegetables and radishes. I am a new employee of the Ministry of Commerce, and I have worked for more than 14 years. He is good at engineering quantity calculation except housing construction and installation works. He is good at work related to construction cost, such as the preparation of bills of quantities for various conventional majors, the formation of price control prices, and the preparation and review of completion settlement. Cost positions in relevant units such as construction parties, cost consulting companies, audit bureaus, financial evaluation centers, etc. All have experience and have experience with the corresponding mentality, ideas, practices and expectations of the cost personnel of these units. Han Gong, this capital plan is very powerful. We have prepared the payment amount of these plans according to the contract. Does the company have sufficient funds to pay in strict accordance with the contract? Han Zhaokai thought for a while and replied, first of all, we need to emphasize that when we prepare the monthly fund plan, the calculation of the supplier's monthly payment amount is strictly based on the contract. Secondly, the company cannot fully guarantee that it will be able to pay according to the project according to the contractually agreed payment amount every time. For example, the monthly payment amount calculated by the project department is 10 million. When reporting to the company for approval, the company may give a 20% discount, which will become the monthly payment amount of 8 million. Zhang Yunqing continued to ask, Korean workers, what should I do when the project department applies for a monthly payment of 10 million yuan, but the actual company can only approve the payment amount of 8 million yuan? Han Zhaokai replied, when such an application payment amount is greater than the company's approved payment amount, the first thing to confirm is to implement the monthly payment amount of 8 million yuan, and secondly, it is generally a 20% discount on the monthly payment amount of each company at the time of application. To solve it, Zhang Yunqing asked, it may not be realistic to offer a 20% discount. Does the company allow a biased adjustment when the approved capital payment amount is less than the declared payment amount in the project department's capital plan? Han Zhaokai replied, when the approved capital payment amount is less than the payment amount declared in the project department's capital plan, the project department's handling principle is generally to pay the labor supplier's project costs involving the workers' wages first. Zhang Yunqing continued to ask, when the preparer, the person in charge of materials, and the person in charge of seedlings have misunderstandings about the preparation of the fund plan, they all think that the amount of the fund plan they manage cannot be reduced, and when there is endless debate, it is necessary to how to handle the preparation of the financial plan. Han Zhaokai said, if there is a dispute, under normal circumstances, the business manager will come forward to organize a meeting of the compiler, the person in charge of the material, and the person in charge of the seedlings to discuss and study the decision. If there is still no agreement, it is necessary to continue to invite production managers and project managers to participate in the discussion and decision. If there is still no agreement, the business manager of the project department shall apply for coordination to the business director of the area. If there is still no agreement, the project manager needs to report to the vice president of production in the area under his direct leadership for instructions. In principle, at this level, it is necessary to negotiate well. For the part that is still not well negotiated, in principle, the vice president of production will listen to the vice president of production, which means that the vice president of production in the area has the right to decide the monthly payment amount of the supplier. Zhang Yunqing replied, Han Gong, there are some questions about ERP just now. What is ERP? Han Zhaokai replied, ERP is the acronym for English, and the Chinese name is also called Enterprise Resource Planning. It was proposed by the American Gartner Group in 1990. At present, the meaning of ERP in my country has been expanded, and it is used in various software of enterprises, has all been included in the category of ERP. It jumps out of the traditional enterprise boundary, optimizes the resources of the enterprise from the scope of the supply chain, and is a new generation of information system based on the era of network economy. It is mainly used to improve the business process of the enterprise to enhance the core competition of the enterprise force. The content of ERP closely related to our Ministry of Commerce is that the compilers, material leaders, and nursery managers of our project department must be responsible for the input of the supplier completed from the first to the end of the previous month during the first to the fifth day of the following month. This ERP financial management system. When the company leaders review the monthly payment amount in the capital plan, their assistants will check the ERP output value that each supplier has entered in the ERP system, and check with the reported capital plan. Call back to the project department and ask for a new compilation. Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, gong gong, I understand, thank you for sharing." Hua Baibai looked at everyone and asked, "Do you have any questions about the preparation or review of the funding plan?" Everyone in the conference room shook their heads to indicate that there was no problem. Hua Baibai sat up straight and concluded, Han Zhaotsai's training session on capital plan preparation, the PPT document was well prepared, and the presentation was also good when sharing. Everyone applauded and thanked Han Zhaokai for his wonderful sharing. Before Hua Bai's words were finished, the meeting room burst into warm applause from everyone. After the applause stopped, Hua Bai announced, "The meeting is over." After the meeting, Zhang Yunqing just arrived at the workstation to get off work, and received an invitation text message from Lei Zhao, the person in charge of materials, requesting to have dinner at the Fulai Hotel at 2000 hours after get off work and participate in the weekend inspection activities. Zhang Yunqing found Han Zhaokai and went all the way to the Fulai Hotel. Lei Zhao was in charge of ordering food, arranging drinks, greeting people, and arranging seats. It took 100 years to see that everyone had arrived and the dishes had been served, so they raised their glasses and invited each other. "Everyone has worked hard during this time, so I'll give you a toast first." The other 9 also raised their glasses and said, "The leader has worked hard." Hua Baibai continued to speak, "Our Ministry of Commerce, because of the needs of business development, is constantly introducing personnel. At present, there are 10 people at this table, and maybe all of them, except me, do not know each other. This situation is very unusual. It is beneficial to the future work. Therefore, I propose that starting from Lei Zhao and going clockwise, each toasting everyone a glass of wine, first of all, to introduce himself, and secondly, there are no rules about what to say. Do you agree?" Lei Zhao echoed loudly, "Okay, that's great. I would like to introduce myself first. My name is Lei Zhao, Lei of Thunder, and Zhao of Summoning. I am the material person in charge of the Commerce Department of the 5th Division. My main work is material inquiry, material procurement bidding, etc. My job it needs to be closely coordinated with the budget, bidding and construction process, so please support my material work in the future. I toast everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Li Jun, Li of the 18th Sun, the Army of the Army. I am the budget director of the 5th Division. My main job is to compile the bill of quantities, control the price of the list, and settle the project department. Auditing and other work. My work often requires timely support from many cost colleagues in the material department and the commercial department. There are still many places to trouble you in the future, so I would like to toast everyone here. Hello everyone, my name is Zhao Kai, Han Xian's Han, Zhao Kai Jinbao's Zhao Kai. I am now the head of the fund of the Commerce Department of the 5th Division. In the future, I will work on the preparation and review of fund plans. Need more support from everyone. I toast everyone. Hello everyone, my surname is Su, my name is Su de Kwai, de is German from Germany, and Kwai is Kwai from Kaopengdo. I just joined the job today, and I am the assistant of Mr. Han Zhaokai, the head of the Ministry of Commerce's capital. I have just arrived. I am afraid there will be a lot of things that I don't understand, and I'm not doing well. I would like to ask all leaders and colleagues to give more help and support in the future work and life. Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Hua Renjie, the flower of Waguashan, the benevolent benevolence, the outstanding Jie. I am the settlement person in charge of the Commerce Department of the 5th Business Department. I am mainly responsible for the cost review of the project department and the review of the lower settlement. I toast to everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Yiping, Shuangmulan, reluctant to part, Ping who met by chance. I am the bidding person in charge of the Commerce Department of the 5th Division, and my main job is to be responsible for the bidding work that the 5th Division needs to carry out for the construction unit. When my bidding workload is heavy, I need temporary team support from the cost staff of the Ministry of Commerce. Let me say hello first and toast everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Jian. Weekend Zhou, grass Ji, and fireworks smoke. I am a runner of the Commerce Department of the 5th Division. I am mainly responsible for the contract signing and approval process, and various report signing. The approval process runs the order work. I mainly serve everyone, and try to give me more time for various approvals, which will be better. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm the Civil Engineering Budgeter of the Ministry of Commerce, Nan Gongyu, Nan of the South, the Palace of the Forbidden City, and the Tour of Tourism. My job is mainly to calculate the amount of work. Thank you all. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Yunqing, Zhang with a long bow, a cloud with blue sky and white clouds, green vegetables and radish green. I am a new employee of the Ministry of Commerce. I am currently working on how to build a self-built worker team. Others have some temporary leaders. The work arranged. The work in the future will definitely require close cooperation with you, and please give a lot of support. A toast to everyone. After Zhang Yunqing finished toasting the cup, Hua Baibai said, "Okay, our round of self-introduction is over. Everyone's introduction is very good. Let's start to play freely, and each of them has more respect for colleagues who are not familiar with them. Wine, when we drink again tomorrow at noon, if anyone can't name the drinker's name, they will be punished for one drink. Look at this battle, if you don't work hard today, you will suffer tomorrow." They all tried their best to find someone they were unfamiliar with first to familiarize themselves with wine, and to find out the name of the other party again, for fear that tomorrow they would be the one who would be punished for drinking. At 9:30 p.m., the dinner at the Ministry of Commerce ended successfully with everyone's laughter and laughter. Lei Zhao organized everyone to take a small minibus chartered to Fune Dushan, and agreed to meet at the door of the hotel at 8:30 the next morning. At 8:30 the next morning, 10 people from the Ministry of Commerce all came to the hotel door to gather on time. Under the organization of Lei Zhao, a few minutes later, everyone took the small minibus that they had brought to the ticket office of Dushan Scenic Spot to park. Field location. Lei Zhao went to buy 10 sets of tickets for the Dushan Scenic Spot, distributed the tickets to everyone, and told everyone to go to the scenic spot by boat, and to walk back to the ticket office. Just as Lei Zhao's tickets were about to be distributed, a light rain started to fall in the sky. Everyone was discussing whether it was necessary to run to the boat from the entrance, and they didn't bring an umbrella. If it rained heavily, it would be troublesome. I don't know who shouted, "Run," and the 10 or so people quickly ran to the boat point. The rain got heavier and heavier, Zhang Yunqing wore less clothes again, and got wet before running on the boat. Zhang Yunqing was sitting on the big boat kept shaking, and he couldn't stand properly at all. Zhang Yunqing soon felt a sense of dizziness, but he did not expect to be seasick. In addition, the big boat has no shelter from the wind, and the sea breeze is blowing, and the feeling of cooling through the heart is flooded in waves. Zhang Yunqing's teeth were so cold that he started fighting. Seeing that there were erguoto sellers on the boat, he asked Han Zhaokai, "Are you cold when such a big sea breeze blows?" "I'll be able to take it. I can't stand this cold anymore. I need to find something to keep people warm. There is a wine cellar over there, you can buy some and try it. Would you like something to drink? I'll buy you a couple of taels. I don't drink. Thanks." When the waves were smaller, Zhang Yunqing ran to the canteen and asked, "Boss, the wind is too strong, and it's very cold. Do you have anything to warm your body? I want to buy some." The shop owner said, "It's raining today, I see your clothes are wet, and the wind blows from the sea, of course it's very cold. Ordinary foods, such as hot corn, hot soy milk, roasted sweet potatoes, etc., are no longer suitable for you. Oh, then please recommend, what do you think is suitable?" "Well, I've been operating this ship for 10 years or so. In your situation, I recommend buying a ergoto for 2 taels to try." 222 pot head, how much is a bottle? See sure yuan, a bottle. Boss, this price is too lucrative. Little brother, it looks like a huge profit, but I can't actually get much. Would you like a bottle? Here, see sure yuan, please have a bottle, I really can't stand the cold. You can drink half of it in one mouthful and drink it slowly later, the effect is better. Zhang Yunqing took the ergoto handed over by the owner of the canteen, drank half of it in one gulp, and his throat felt warm. With a warm current reaching his dantian, the warmth spread throughout his body in a moment, and the previous feeling of coldness gradually disappeared. When the wind was blowing cold, Zhang Yunqing had a drink of ergoto, which was basically able to withstand the cold. He was approaching the shore of logging in, and a bottle of ergoto was finished. Lei Zhao smiled and said, "I can't see it, Zhang Gong, you can drink this wine well. Next time you drink, you can't step on fake water. Drink more." Zhang Yunqing smiled embarrassedly, "Lei Gong, this is because I wear too little clothes, it will be very cold if I get wet in the rain, and the wind from the sea is seasick. I can't stand it anymore. I only use this wine. It's not because I like to drink, let alone a good amount of alcohol." Lei said with a smile, "Who believes what you said? Oh, in your situation, all the people in the boat we came here today don't have umbrellas. All have the problem you mentioned. I believe what my eyes see, not what you say." Zhang Yunqing thought to himself, "Yes, I can't explain it clearly, forget it, believe it or not. Spend 100 years leading the way, getting off the boat, and going ashore." Everyone started climbing one by one. After going up to a platform, looking up, the stone steps can't see the end at a glance. Hua Baibai said to the other 9 people, "There are many steps here. We will organize a step climbing competition. Whoever climbs to the top of the steps first will receive a bonus of 100 yuan and a cash reward. Are you ready?" The other 9 replied in unison, "Ready." Hua Baibai said, "Start." He took the lead and rushed to the steps. At the beginning, everyone climbed the steps behind the flower 100 years, and no one chose to exceed the flower 100 years. After spending 100 years climbing more than 100 steps, he was so tired that he panted and said, "I can't climb a bit. Everyone is physically strong. Come on and climb up. Be sure to pay attention to safety." Zhang Yunqing didn't want to get the first place in this step, but steadily, climbed one step and counted one number, and gradually counted to the top of the step. When Zhang Yunqing climbed to the top of the steps, he took a look. Han Zhaokai, Su Dequai, Lei Zhao, and Nan Gongyu were already resting on the chairs in the wooden pavilion. Zhang Yunqing won the 5th place in the stair climbing competition. There are 5 more behind. After almost half an hour, all 10 of the group reached the top of the steps. He sat down and asked, "Who was the first to climb to the top of the steps?" "Among you." Han Zhaokai said, "Su Dequai was the first to arrive, I was the second, Lei Zhao was the third, and Nan Gongyu was the fourth." Hua Baibai looked at everyone and asked, "Do you have any objection to the order Han Zhaokai just said?" Zhou Jian coaxed, "No objection, it's time for the bonus." Lei Zhao and Nan Gongyu also said that the sequence stated by Han Zhaokai was correct and there was no objection. Hua 100 years congratulated Su Dequai, "Congratulations to comrade Su Dequai, you won the first place in the stair competition. This is your bonus of 100 yuan, please take it." Su Dequai said embarrassedly, "Mr. Hua, this is really going to be a bonus, I'm embarrassed to ask for it." Lei Zhao said, "And this matter, Mr. Hua, give it to me." Lin Yiping also coaxed, if Su Dequai doesn't want it, you can give me the bonus. President Hua, I'm still very willing to win the award. Hua Bai smiled and said, Dequai, hurry up and claim the bonus. If you don't claim it again, then everyone will let me give 100 bonuses, and my loss will be huge. Seeing that the situation was not developing very well, Su Dequai quickly took over the bonus from Hua 100 years and said, there is no reason to give out bonuses. Everyone should stop fighting for bonuses. Thank you Mr. Hua for the reward. Hua Bai replied, you are the first to climb the steps, you are the winner, and you should be rewarded. In our Ministry of Commerce, all winners will be rewarded to varying degrees. Lei Zhao said, Mr. Hua, let me introduce to you the timetable for visiting this scenic spot. Hua Bai said, okay, let's talk about it for everyone. After speaking, everyone can move freely. Lei Zhao asked excitedly, a question for everyone, shall we go back by boat in the afternoon, or shall we walk back to the ticket office? Everyone looked at Lei Zhao like a fool and said, aren't there any problems with you? You came here by boat, how could you walk back? Only spend 100 years smiling without saying a word. Lei Zhao smiled and said, I tell everyone, I won't go back by boat in the afternoon, I will go back on foot. Do you believe it? Don't believe, don't believe, don't believe. Then let's make a bet. I bet that I can walk from this mountain to the ticket office where we came. If I can't walk back, I lose. Who would be willing to bet? How much is the bet per person? How about Wu Shiyuan alone? The crowd replied, yes. According to Lei Zhao's statistics, Han Zhaokai, Su Dequai, Lin Yiping, Zhou Zhiyan, Nan Gongyu, Hua Renjia, and Li Jun participated in Lei Zhao's gambling game. Lei Zhao smiled and said, okay. When everyone loses, remember to give me money, don't be fooled. We will gather at the location where we landed today at 5:30 in the afternoon. Then we can organize free activities and tour freely. Gong Zhang, why don't you bet? Lei Zhao asked. Zhang Yunqing gave Lei Zhao a white look and said, are you crazy about money, aren't you worried? Lei Zhao replied, what am I worried about, making money with wisdom, is there a problem? Zhang Yunqing replied, yes. Then he walked away. Zhang Yunqing lived in the inland before, he had never been out of Sichuan, and he had never been to the north. Looking at the sea in front of me now, I am very excited. I climbed to the top of the mountain by myself, wanting to stand on the top of the mountain and see what the sea is like. When Zhang Yunqing stood on the top of the mountain and looked at the sea, he felt no big difference from the sea he saw on the shore. The sea water in his eyes is blue and stretches to the horizon. For Zhang Yunqing, the greatness of the sea cannot be described in words, it can only be understood and cannot be described in words. Zhang Yunqing originally thought that the water in the sea was calm, like an inland lake, it was still. In fact, when standing on the beach, the waves of the sea are constantly washing the shore. Although Zhang Yunqing did not participate in the gambling organized by Lei Zhao, he was still very interested in this gambling. Zhang Yunqing came down from the top of the mountain, turned to the mountain in the direction of the landing point, found a shady place, sat down, and observed and thought quietly. The ferries to and fro kept going, and there was no sign of a road at all. Zhang Yunqing judged that this attraction was arranged by Lei Zhao, and maybe he knew some reasons. Others actually don't know much about this attraction at all. That's why Zhang Yunqing didn't bother to make this bet with Lei Zhao. Every hour, Zhang Yunqing observes the water surface between Dushan and the ticket office. You can feel the water level dropping a little bit. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, an intermittent gravel road was exposed, with a width of about 50 meters. However, there are still some places where sea water is still there, and the road is not completely open. Zhang Yunqing thought to himself, could this road really be fully revealed as the tide of the sea falls, and even can be walked over? Han Zhaokai came over and greeted Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Gong, do you think this Lei Zhao deliberately cheated us of money? Zhang Yunqing said, why, do you now believe that you can walk back to the ticket office? I can't believe it. The road is so wide that it shows. Lei Gong, didn't you set the time at 5:30? If you want to be able to walk there, there must be a continuous road without sea water along the entire length of the road. Otherwise, the shoes will get wet, and it is not a normal walk. Zhang Gong, this procurator Lei Gong is a traitor. He wants to make money everywhere, and he will not let it go when he has the opportunity. Wait a minute, I will ask the bosses who sell handicrafts, and I should know if I can walk there. Han Zhaokai and Zhang Yunqing walked to the handicraft stalls together, and they chose an uncle who looked more honest and asked him, Master, may I be able to walk back to the ticket office in Dushan this afternoon? The uncle of the trader replied, at 5 o'clock this afternoon, it will be the time of dry tide. At that time, the road you see now will completely emerge from the sea, and then you can walk there. This is a major feature of Dushan's scenic area, don't you know that you are here to travel? Han Zhaokai thank you uncle for pointing, I really don't know. Why is this road so strange? The uncle of the merchant replied, this strange road has a magical name. Oh, what's the name? The people on this mountain call this road the Heaven Road. Tianlu, 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 Han Zhaokai patted his thigh and shouted, this name is very good. After turning around and walking away, Han Zhaokai said to Zhang Yunqing, this treacherous Lei Zhao actually earned Tianlu's money. He is very powerful. Zhang Gong, what do you think? Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, he actually has a way to crack it. How to break? He can bet on countless people by himself, which is problematic in itself. If he is not 100% sure, how can he do this? Gong Zhang, your analysis is correct. Why didn't I think of it? Han Gong, if we are less willing to take advantage, we can also break his gamble. You see, I didn't think of the reason at the time. I analyzed it comprehensively, and his confidence was so strong. I don't want to take advantage of it either, so I chose to ignore him, and the result was a crooked fight, avoiding the matter of being won by mine workers. At 5:30 p.m., 10 people have arrived at the agreed meeting point. After spending 100 years watching Lei Zhao gather everyone together, he asked a question, this morning, everyone has climbed so many steps, does anyone know how many steps there are in total? Everyone was shaking their heads, but Zhang Yunqing didn't, but he didn't know why he asked this question. Hua Baibai asked Zhang Yunqing, everyone shook their heads to show they didn't know. You didn't shake your head. Do you know how many steps there are in total? Zhang Yunqing thought for a while and thought that this question would not be harmful, so he replied, I counted 999 steps, but I may not count them correctly. After all, climbing the steps is so tiring, it is inevitable that I will count wrong. Hua 100 years praised, everyone has to learn from Zhang Yunqing and do the details well in the work. Why is he the only one who counts the steps for so many people? Everyone has to think about it. After Lei Zhao finished talking about Hua 100 years, he said to everyone, we made a bet this morning, everyone can see the current road, the sea has completely receded, and we can walk there completely. Except for Mr. Hua, Zhang Gong, and the other 7 people, each of them will pay me 50 yuan now. Although everyone was reluctant, but they were willing to admit defeat, they still obediently handed over 50 yuan to Lei Zhao. After collecting all the 350 yuan won, Lei Zhao said to everyone, this road is the Dushan scenic spot, one of the most distinctive places. At first, I didn't believe that this road would really allow us to go back. Brothers and sisters, let's set off on the road to heaven. After Lei Zhao finished speaking, he took the lead on the road to heaven. Because the Tianlu is revealed after the sea ebbs, there are still some sea urchins, crabs and other sea creatures left in the potholes on the Tianlu. At the starting point of the Tianlu near the shore, there are some vendors who are selling fish buckets, small fish nets and other essential items for catching seafood. Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai went up and asked, Boss, how do you sell the kegs? This is a small bucket for fish, 10 yuan each. Where's the small net pocket? This is a small net bag for fishing, 15 yuan each with a bamboo pole, and 30 yuan each with a stainless steel pole. Lucky, we want a small bucket for fish, and 2 small fishing nets with bamboo poles, how about? Yes, put a small bucket of fish, you can share one. Boss, your stuff is also a bit expensive. It's only a few yuan outside. Can you sell it cheap? Young man, it can't be cheap. We have to bring things here to sell, but we also have to incur additional costs. If you don't believe me, you can ask others what the price is. For everything sold here, the price is the same. Boss, I believe you. This is sure yuan. Bring me a small net bag with a small fish bucket and 2 bamboo poles. Okay. Boy, if you want something, just pick it up and take it away. Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai each chose a small fishing net bag with a bamboo pole, and then chose a red small bucket, and walked towards the heavenly road excitedly. There are many people coming and going on the road, and these sea creatures are not easy to find. Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai went to the remote roadside puddles to find them. After Han Zhaokai removed a stone in the puddle, he saw a thumb-sized crab, so he grabbed it with his hands and put it into a small bucket brought by Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing said, "It's okay to attract money, but you can't tell, you're good at catching crabs." Gong Zhang, I did a lot of these things when I was a kid. But I really haven't done anything about catching sea crabs before. The two of them then went to the front. Encountered a larger puddle. The small net bag for fishing came in handy. Han Zhaokai pocketed it in a net, fished it out and saw that it was all stones. Picked up a few more pockets. Zhang Yunqing had sharp eyes and shouted, "Don't fall, there are fish." Han Zhaokai asked, "Don't lie to me, where can there be fish?" The color of the fish was close to the color of the stone, almost black, and I saw it move. Put it aside, let's find it. Sure enough, there are fish, black fish, and small fish that are 3 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide. I can't tell what kind of fish it is. It's normal that you can't tell the difference. There are tens of thousands of fish in this seafood. We haven't been in contact with seafood, so it must be difficult to know them. No matter what, they are installed first. At the end, see who caught the most fish, crab, and shrimp. Yes. Go ahead and find a deeper pit to catch fish. This pit is not bad. I tried it with this small fishing net. It has at least 50 centimeters of water. Look at it. Wow, look, there are fish jumping, not too small. At least 8 centimeters long. Go for it, go for it. It came from your side, and we rounded it up. It's alright, don't worry, let's fish more. Every time we fish, it has to hide. It is estimated that in the end, the fish will be too tired to hide. It's not that I don't want to hide, it's that I don't have the strength to hide. Yes, yes. Hurry up and catch it. Someone else is here. If someone else catches it, they may eat it. I caught 2 fish. Look. Yes, one is about 8 centimeters long and one is about 5 centimeters long. This pit is probably gone, let's go ahead and look for it. Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai found a big puddle on the left side of Tianlu. Zhang Yunqing made a long arc with the small fishing net pocket deep in the middle of the puddle. After the net pocket came out of the water, Han Zhaokai was pleasantly surprised. The effect is good, there are a few shrimps. These prawns are quite big. The big ones are only 6 centimeters long, and the big ones are about 4 centimeters long. Lucky, you can try to get another pocket. Han Zhaokai stretched out his arms long, took a deep breath, then bent down, and slowly pressed the small fishing net bag sideways into the bottom of the puddle, quickly scooped it to the shore of the puddle, and pulled it out of the water in one go. Ha ha ha, the harvest from this network is not small. Zhang Yunqing said enviously from the side, Han Gong, how lucky you are to catch so many fish in one net. Han Zhaokai said happily while picking up the fish, Gongzhang, where is good luck? It's obvious that the means are high and the methods are good, okay? You see, this big belly fish is 10 centimeters long, and this slender fish is 9 centimeters long. Ha ha ha, shrimp, the longest shrimp is 1 card long. There were actually 3 crabs, the largest one as big as a baby's fist. Have you finished picking up fish, shrimp, and crabs? Finished. It's so powerful, let's try it again. Come here. Look at my big move. After Han Zhaokai pretended to play tricks for at least a minute, he shouted again, make a lot of money. Get up. Wow, check and check, how is the effect? Stones, bricks, it's weird, why are there no creatures? Isn't it true that the net is all over? Don't talk nonsense, I'll try again. Having said that, Han Zhaokai changed his position beside the big puddle, regained his strength, and took a deep dive. Gongzhang, come here and witness the miracle. Okay, Mr. Han, I've made a lot of money in this net. Look at this net bag is full. Stones, bricks, tiles, stones, rotten wood, it's weird, how come there isn't a single creature at all? Zhang Yunqing asked with a smile, do you know the reason? Han Zhaokai asked in confusion, what is the reason, tell me. I think, the reason why the first pocket in your net is so rich is that the fish, shrimp, and crabs are all available. Most of the fish, shrimp, and crabs are trapped in a puddle, I was caught by you. Ah, the world, there is no such a coincidence. You are already on the road to heaven, and you are still thinking that it is not so coincidental. Let's go to the shore and see everyone's achievements. After the 2 got to the shore, they looked at the results of the others, only Lei Zhao caught a shrimp. Lei Zhao said to Han Zhaokai, wow, Han Gong, the victory is so rich, take it back and let us cook seafood soup. Han Zhaokai rolled his eyes at Lei Zhao and said, forget it, it's rare for these fish, shrimp, and crabs to be happy with me for a while, and I want to make them happy. He put all the creatures in the bucket back into the sea. That evening, a group of 10 people took a minibus back to Kyoto. The next day, Sunday. I have been too tired recently. Zhang Yunqing rested for a day in room 1, floor 27, unit 1, building 1, Daitanjiwan, a rental house, without going anywhere. Regular meeting at work on Monday. The main participants were Hua Baibai, Zhang Yunqing, Lin Yiping, Lei Zhao, Han Zhaokai, Li Jun, Hua Renjie, Nan Gongyu, Kai Bian, and Cheng Ju. Hua Baibai said, everyone is here. Now we have the regular Monday meeting. There are 6 main issues in today's meeting. 1. This morning Mr. Song requested that this week our Ministry of Commerce will arrange personnel to inspect the new merger project. The main reason for the inspection is that the current cost status of the project is worrying, the target cost of the project is unclear, and during the construction process, which makes people feel uneasy. 2. We must find ways to improve team cohesion in the future. 3. We need to recruit 2 to 3 business managers in the future. 4. 5 regions need to calculate the gross profit margin of regular list items. Kyoto and Dongshan are calculated by Nangongyu, the 3 municipalities are calculated by Chengju, Nanhai is calculated by Kai Bian, and Sichuan is calculated by Zhang Yunqing. 5. The labor cost data of greening will be comprehensively calculated by Hua Renjie based on the settlement situation. 6. Lei Zhao needs to form a material list for commonly used materials, including serial numbers, material names, specifications and models, main characteristics, origin, market prices, major suppliers that have established cooperation with the company, etc. Now please briefly express your opinions on the above issues. Lei Zhao said, Mr. Hua, I request that the matter of forming a material list be postponed for a while. The reason is that I still have several materials in hand that have exceeded his contract amount, and I need to prioritize the supplementary contract. Hua Baibai replied briefly, I agree with Lei Zhao's opinion. Han Zhaokai said, as for the cost inspection of new merger projects, I think we can focus on 2 points. 1. The problem of cost deviation of main costs. 2. Whether the economic information is complete and compliant. Lin Yiping said, would also like to ask Mr. Hua to give me some guidance on how to carry out the cost inspection of the newly merged project at present. There has never been a systematic cost inspection of the entire project in this way before. Hua Baibai patiently guided, I'm reminding you, not a rule. Everyone needs to be flexible when going for actual inspections. The focus is on the cost of production, how much cost has been incurred, how much cost has not been incurred according to the construction drawings, and how much cost will actually be incurred. Whether there is any significant difference between the actual cost and the calculated cost, etc. Lei Zhao said, Mr. Hua, let me add one more point about the material work. At present, in our material procurement work, one link is to conduct pre-tender surveys and inspections of material suppliers. I suggest that this process should be done at least one person from the project manager or the vice president of production should be involved in the confirmation and implementation. Avoid recruiting material suppliers, as the production people do not know them well, avoid misunderstandings, and avoid affecting the material procurement and entry work of the project. Hua Baibai said, I agree with Lei Zhao's opinion. This article will be written into the meeting minutes and reported to the Business Department Manager Song for approval before it can be issued and implemented. Hua Baibai said, regarding the issue of inspection of newly merged projects. Our colleagues who go to inspect also need to help the business people on the project to go through the entire project cost item by item to see if the business people on the project understand it clearly. According to the project, the approximate cost is 83.6 million, and the actual costs must be classified into classified data. Whether the information for each cost is complete, whether the contract ledger is complete, whether the original documents are the original documents provided by the company, and attention should be paid to distinguish whether there are fake materials. Fraudulent behaviors include but are not limited to, the original documents are not provided by the company. It was printed by an individual person, whether the signature was signed on behalf of others or omitted to sign, whether there was any falsehood in the project quantity, etc. The above economic information is also very important. Pay attention to check whether the negotiation, price recognition, contract, meeting minutes, design changes and other information are complete, and whether the corresponding approval procedures are complete. For all inspection problems, a targeted inspection report is formed, and the project department is required to complete the inspection report item by item and reply to the inspectors. Han Zhaokai said, before going for the inspection, collect the previous fund schedules, fund status statements and other forms for the newly merged projects. Lin Yiping said, we will make a statistical sample table for the previous negotiations. During the project inspection, we will list the corresponding issues in the table. We can analyze where better negotiations or changes can be made, and ask the project department to coordinate solve. Hua Baibai said, help the project department ensure that the cost can be realized smoothly. Make them psychologically accept it, tell them what kind of preparations need to be done, and make reasonable suggestions for the current situation of the project department. This time the project inspection is mainly conducted by Lin Yiping, Lei Zhao, Han Zhaokai, and Hua Renjie cooperated well and chose the opportunity to go to the project inspection. For example, on a rainy day, when the project department was basically finished, etc., they found a time entry point and tried their best not to affect the daily production work of the project department. Lei Zhaodao, as for the issue of creating cohesiveness in the team, I think we need to increase employees' sense of belonging first. We can organize multiple valuable team-building activities within half a year to a year so that employees can receive more encouragement. Hua Renjie said, when going for a project inspection, we need to understand the specific thoughts of the people on the project. How should we care about him and ask him what he thinks? We can try to satisfy the things that can be satisfied, and see what can't be satisfied. Is there any way to make up for it? People who have been working on the project for a long time can take 1 month of vacation in a year to give everyone something to look forward to. Make a document guide from the company level. Newcomer, want to know what's on his mind? What is the pursuit? Old employees should lead by example, behave better, and set a good example in front of new employees. Hua Baibanian continued, whether it is for new employees or for project department employees who have been working on projects for a long time and occasionally return to the company, when they come to our business department, we must find ways to strengthen their knowledge and understanding of us. At the same time, we need to make people feel warm and at home, instead of being indifferent. Li Jundao, the attitude towards work, cooperation with each other, helping each other, and solidarity with each other. These are all reflected in work and actions. Hua Baibai said, in the process of work, stand less on your own standpoint, think more about others, and be more tolerant to others. We need to think about external employees, how can we retain them? Li Jundao, Mr. Hua, I would like to suggest that the company try its best to provide generous benefits, appropriate holidays, and appropriate salary increase mechanisms, and try to do as well as possible what we can do well. Lei Zhaodao, as for employee issues, it is recommended to focus on localization. For example, if my home is in Kyoto, try to arrange for me to work in the Kyoto area. If Zhang Gong's home is Sichuan, try to arrange for Zhang Gong to work in Sichuan. In this way, work and life can be balanced. Hua Baibai said, every new project that is started in the future must sign a target responsibility letter before starting work. From now on, this work will be mainly handled by Lin Yiping, with the cooperation of other personnel. Zhang Yunqing asked, Mr. Hua, there is a bit of a time conflict between doing the gross profit calculation in Sichuan and recruiting self-built team workers in poor counties. Can I choose to do only one of the tasks? Hua Baibai said, these two things are a bit of a time conflict. This will relax the time for your gross profit calculation to be completed within 2 weeks, and others must complete the gross profit calculation within 1 week. Nishikawa's gross profit calculation, among the current personnel, you are the only one who is the most suitable. The leader is also urging me to recruit workers urgently. You must arrange the things at hand and strive to be able to travel tomorrow to start the actual recruitment work. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, Mr. Hua. After the meeting, I will ask Hua Renjie to get the workers' salary standard table data filled in by the project department, analyze it, and get a result. I expect that I can go on a business trip to recruit workers tomorrow. Hua Baibai said, okay. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone has nothing else to do, so let's adjourn the meeting now and hurry up to deal with the matters in hand. Zhang Yunqing went to Hua Renjie and said, Hua Gong, have you received all the workers' salary standard forms filled out by the project department? Hua Renjie said, it was sent as agreed. I attended the regular meeting this morning. I haven't had time to check the QQ file yet. I will check it when I get to my workstation. I will forward as many as I receive to you. Zhang Yunqing said, okay. I'm sorry to bother you. You're welcome to follow me, Mr. Zhang. Not long after Zhang Yunqing returned to his workstation and sat down, Hua Renjie's QQ was flashing. He opened it and said, oh, sure, there are 8 project department worker wage standard tables. Zhang Yunqing summarized and compared the statistics of the worker wage standard tables of the 8 project departments, and gave his own ideas and suggestions at the bottom of the table. After printing out the table, he came to Hua Baibai's office. Mr. Hua, Hua Renjie has given me the worker wage standard data for 8 project departments. This is the result I printed out. Please review it. Okay, I'll look at it now. You can briefly introduce the situation. Okay, Mr. Hua. These workers are mainly divided into landscaping technicians, paving technicians, male workers, and female workers. Their salary standards are lump sum prices, which means that after paying this price, the company does not care about anything. The wage standard for greening technicians is 200 to 260 yuan per day, and the wage standard for paving technicians is 230 to 300 yuan per day. The wage standard for male workers is generally 100 yuan per day, and the wage standard for female workers is generally 80 yuan per day. We've finished talking about the workers' situation. Where are the captain, vice captain, and squad leader? One squad leader will consider supervising 10 workers, and each person will receive a commission of 10 yuan. The greening squad leader will consider 300 yuan per day, the paving squad leader will consider 350 yuan per day. Where's the vice captain? The deputy captain is considering supervising 5 squad leaders, and the commission for each squad is considered to be 20 yuan. The deputy captain for greening is 400 yuan per day, and the deputy captain for paving is 450 yuan per day. Where's the captain? The captain will consider it at 500 yuan per day. I think it's okay. Why don't you talk to Li Wenwen from Human Resources and see what his opinion is? Okay, Mr. Hua, I'm going to find Li Wenwen right now. Zhang Yunqing came to Li Wenwen's office and asked, Gong Li, are you free now? Li Wenwen politely agreed, when you have time. Mr. Zhang, why are you looking for me? Zhang Yunqing handed the printed, statistical comparison table of workers' wage standards to Li Wenwen and said, this is the table of workers' wages of each project department that was requested at the last meeting. I compared the summary with him. You can read it first. One look. Zhang Yunqing introduced the communication situation with Hua Bai to Li Wenwen again, and asked, this is the situation I communicated with Mr. Hua. He arranged for me to come here to ask for your opinion. How should I handle this? Li Wenwen replied, this salary standard issue requires the company's approval. I agree with your suggestions. You think this is okay? After all, this is just our own idea. As far as I know, you will be on a business trip soon to actually recruit these workers. After you go there, you can learn more about the situation, and we will form a document and submit it to the company for approval. Zhang Yunqing said, your suggestion is good. But this time for recruitment, it would be better if we can send some people to cooperate. Li Wenwen said, what you said is completely correct, but I am the only manpower in our business department now. Just now, Mr. Hua asked me to hire a few business managers as soon as possible. How can I have time? You are in the process of handling the specific tasks. If you really need my help to answer questions, you can call me in time. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I understand. I asked you to help me make the business cards last time. Are they ready? Li Wenwen handed over 2 boxes of business cards and said, they were just delivered to my office this morning. When I came to your place to give them to you, it turned out that you were in a meeting. I made 2 boxes for you, take a look. Zhang Yunqing took the business card and said, well, the information is correct, no problem. Thank you. Li Wenwen said, it's okay, this is my job, you're welcome. Zhang Yunqing continued, there is nothing else to do. I will go and report to Mr. Hua what I learned from you. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Zhang Yunqing came to Hua Baibai's office and reported, Mr. Hua, I just went to find Li Wenwen to find out about this salary standard. Her statement is that these are all new things at present and there is no standard. It is suggested that during the recruitment process, we should negotiate according to the standards proposed now. Then the more detailed data obtained during the negotiation will be collected and sorted out and submitted to the company for approval. She emphasized that it was impossible for her to give us a standard answer by herself. Hua Baibai replied, her explanation is reasonable, so just follow her opinion. Did she say anything else? Zhang Yunqing said, I invited Li Wenwen to send people to recruit people together, but she said she couldn't send them because there was no one. It felt inappropriate for me to go alone to recruit people in such a poor county. Hua Baibai said with a smile, Li Wenwen is right, her human resources department is really too busy for her alone. There is indeed a problem if you are the only one going there. Tell me, who do you want to go with you? Han Zhaokai. I agree, just go and explain it to him. Thank you Mr. Hua. After Zhang Yunqing came out of Hua Baibai's office, he came to Han Zhaokai and said, Han Gong, this time I am going to the impoverished county to recruit those 500 workers. It will be too lonely if I go alone. After I mentioned it to Mr. Hua, I agree to let you go together. Are you willing to go? Han Zhaokai asked, when will we go and how many days will it take? Zhang Yunqing replied, we will leave tomorrow and we can probably come back this weekend. Han Zhaokai replied, you can go. In this case, I will simply hand over the work to Su Dequakian this afternoon, which will just allow him to adapt. Zhang Yunqing said, then it's agreed that we will set off together tomorrow. I'm going to make some preparations. Han Zhaokai waved his hand and said, you go ahead. Han Zhaokai said to Su Dequai next to him, Gong Su, I am going on a business trip with Gong Zhang tomorrow. Within this week's time frame, each project department will gradually submit their funding plan statements. In the past, it was reported directly to me, but this time it is still reported directly to me. It's just that I don't have time to review and process the documents after I receive them. I will forward all the received documents to you at that time, so you can review them. If you have any questions during the review process, you can call me and ask. Han Gong, isn't it a bit fast to go to the battlefield just after training? To others, you may be too quick, but judging from the communication with you these days, there is no problem for you to start reviewing the funding plan reported by the project department now. I will now send you some compressed files, one compressed package for each project department. The files in the compressed package include the project department's previous funding schedules and various contract documents for the project. Do you know what to do after receiving these documents? I know. I'll first look at each project department's latest funding schedule, and then look at each project department's contract documents. Yes, I just said you have a high level of understanding. I will give you my ERP account name, password, and internet address, and you can log in on your current computer. When you review the project department's capital plan, you need to go to the ERP system to query the entered ERP costs and paid amounts of each supplier involved in the project department's capital plan. The workload of this work is relatively large and requires careful attention. It is very likely that the project department did not strictly check these data when preparing the schedule, which will lead to wrong fund planning, and in serious cases, it may lead to overpayment. Okay, Worker Han, I will review and check the information one by one. Gong Su, the capital plan documents of each project department have been sent to you on QQ. Please hurry up and check it. I will be in the company this afternoon. If you have any questions, I can communicate in person. And after you review the fund plan, isn't there a sign-off block below? You don't know who it is now, but you can ask Jian next week. She can tell you who the leader corresponding to each sign-off block is. The office is where? For any leader you have never met in person, you can ask her to take you on the first trip. After you become familiar with it, you should go to the leaders who stopped you to sign. Well, Han Gong, I've written it down. Han Zhaokai said to Su Dequai, then you should study it first. I will go to Zhang Gong to discuss it. Su Dequai responded, okay. Han Zhaokai came to Zhang Yunqing's workstation and asked, Mr. Zhang, where are we going to go tomorrow? Zhang Yunqing replied, Korean workers, it's like this, when recruiting workers this time, I chose 5 counties during the survey. They are Hongxin County, Luan County, Wuliao County, Dongli County, and Wuhan County. Among them, are transportation the most convenient and direct places to go are Hongxin County and Luan County, either by train or bus. As for buses, the frequency is obviously more frequent. Do you want to choose a car or a train? Han Zhaokai said, the train time is either very early or very late, so it's a bit difficult to choose. How about we choose the direct bus that leaves at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, first to Hongxin County, and then to Luan County? Zhang Yunqing said, yes, Then we will get up at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, go to the bus station to buy tickets and take the bus to Hongshin County. Han Zhaokai said, Gong Zhang, who should we look for after we go to Hongshin County? Currently I only have the phone numbers of their Bureau of Human Resources and Social Security and Bureau of Agriculture. I'll call them now and ask again. Zhang Yunqing picked up the phone and dialed the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau of Hongshin County and said, Hello, is this the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau of Hongshin County? A female voice on the phone replied, Yes, what can I do for you? I am Zhang Yunqing from the 5th Business Department of Occidental Construction Co, Limited. I am entrusted by the company to arrive in your county tomorrow afternoon. I want to recruit 500 workers. The time is tight and I have not found a good method, so I took the liberty to call and ask for your help. Help. It is a good thing for our county to recruit workers in our county. First of all, I would like to extend my welcome. Our Bureau of Human Resources and Social Security does not directly manage workers, but there is a labor market on East Street. I suggest you go there and try again. Okay, when we arrive tomorrow, we will first go to the labor market on Dongjie. Can you please introduce me to 1 or 2 larger township and town mayors? If I don't do well in the labor market, you can also contact them directly to see if there is a better way. There are 2 townships in our county with a population of more than 50,000. I will give you the telephone numbers of the township chiefs of these 2 townships. One is the telephone number of the mayor of Lianhe Township Wang, and the other is the telephone number of the mayor of Baida Township Chen. It's XXX. Okay, thank you. In case these 2 people don't know me, they may need to tell me that it's your phone number. Is it convenient for you to check? What's the inconvenience of this? Okay. May I ask, what's your last name? If the 2 mayors ask, I can give you your name. It's free of charge. If you really need to talk about it, just say it was provided by Lu Ming from the Hongshin County Human Resources and Social Security Bureau. Okay, thank you, Leader Wang. Bye. Zhang Yunqing discussed with Han Zhaokai, today's progress is good. One is knowing that there is a Dongjie labor market, and the other is getting the phone calls of 2 township chiefs. It will be more convenient when we arrive tomorrow. Han Zhaokai said, the township head may not necessarily have workers on hand. Then what should we do? First give me the phone number of the township head. Okay. This is Mayor Wang of Lianhe Township. His phone number is XXX. Han Zhaokai called Township Chief Wang and said, Hello, are you Mayor Wang of Lianhe Township, Hongshin County? A baritone voice came from the phone, Yes, who are you? I am Han Zhaokai from the Commerce Department of the 5th Division of Western Construction Company, Limited. Where did you get my phone number? It was Lu Ming from the Hongshin County Human Resources and Social Security Bureau who provided your phone number. It was Lu Ming from the Hongshin County Human Resources and Social Security Bureau who provided your phone number. Oh, it's the call from Deputy Director Lu. Worker Han, why are you calling me today? Our company will send people to your county tomorrow afternoon. We want to recruit 500 workers, but we haven't found a good recruitment method, so we called you. We hope to get help so that we can recruit 500 workers in 2 or 3 days. So many workers have been recruited within the scope. Oh, that's right. We don't have that many personnel lists at the moment. What types of workers do you mainly want? The main ones are paving technical workers for garden construction, technical workers for greening and planting, male and female workers, etc. We have all these workers. Who will you send tomorrow and when will they arrive? Tomorrow I will go to Guixian County with Zhang Yunqing from our Ministry of Commerce. The approximate time is to arrive at the labor market on East Street at 1 p.m. Okay. Let me think about what to do about this matter for you. Call me tomorrow when you arrive at the East Street labor market and we will meet and communicate. Okay, thank you very much, Chief Wang. You don't need to thank me. If you want to thank, just thank Deputy Director Liu of the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau. I have to support the things he arranges. Okay, let's meet and chat tomorrow. Bye. Han Zhaokai said to Zhang Yunqing, if we go to the labor market in Hongxin County tomorrow, we should have a better chance of winning. Township Chief Wang on this phone will definitely help us find a way. Zhang Yunqing replied, that's great. I'll print out 10 or so large recruitment notices and bring them with me. Have you finished the handover work with Su Dequai? Han Zhaokai said, I've handed it over to him. If you have any questions, please call me. There won't be any big problems. Zhang Yunqing remembered that there was another important matter that he needed to ask Zhou Zhiyan. We sent the contract from Rueji Group. Have we sent back the version stamped by the other party? Zhou Zhiyan said, I contacted by phone, and their manager Cui said that after the contract arrives, it needs to go through the internal sealing process. Manager Cui expects that the process will be completed this week, and the contract can be stamped and sent back to us next Monday. Zhang Yunqing said, this contract is quite important. Please tell me as soon as you receive the contract. There are still some things that need to be arranged with the contract documents. Zhou Zhiyan replied, okay, I will notify you when I receive the contract. Zhang Yunqing came to find Han Zhaokai again. Han Gong, are you coming out? Han Zhaokai followed Zhang Yunqing out of the office and came to the relatively quiet end of the corridor and asked, Mr. Zhang, what's the matter? The two of us will get together tonight to discuss the recruitment of workers. You just left the job after handing it over to Su Dequai. Do you want to invite him to chat with us tonight? I feel that the time is not right yet. When we come back from recruiting, my own affairs should be almost settled, and he should make the leader feel at ease. It will be more reliable to sit down and communicate at that time. You have more contact with Su Dequai's matters and act according to your judgment. After the two briefly chatted, they returned to the office and went about their own business. Hua Baibai called Zhang Yunqing to the office and had a detailed communication about the recruitment of workers with Han Zhaokai. He also emphasized that he must be careful on the road. Zhang Yunqing was asked to think about Sichuan's gross profit calculations and remember to track the contracts of Rueji Group. After get off work, Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai came to Slow Chat Barbecue together, and they ordered food and wine because they were familiar with the place. Zhang Yunqing took the initiative to congratulate Han Zhaokai, congratulations, now your resignation can be successfully completed. Han Zhaokai smiled and said, successful completion should be a high probability event. Has Boss Lu's contract been sent to you? Sent it here. The salary is not written as 30,000 per month, but as no less than 30,000 per month. It is also clearly stated that the bonus is calculated separately, and the amount of the bonus is linked to the profit rate of the project. Well, that's right. It seems that these things are all implemented in contracts. Are there any specific requirements for a specific day? The contract states that we will arrive at work as soon as possible. Now it seems a bit urgent over the phone. Boss Lu said that it is best to get the matter done within half a month and get to work as quickly as possible. It makes sense. The launch of a large project will require a lot of preparation work. And his project manager is still working elsewhere, and the management team has not been established. Anyone who replaces him will be anxious. That's right. Thanks to Mr. Zhang for helping me answer my questions on this matter during this time. Han Gong, these are all fate. The time is right, the people are right, that is, everyone can chat together and get along with each other, and only then can we discuss such deeply personal future issues. Otherwise, how can colleagues talk about these things? Woolen cloth. That's right, I'll keep it in mind. Your matter has been implemented. Let's discuss it briefly tomorrow. Gong Zhang, according to the time communicated in the office today, you should get up at 5 o'clock. We will meet at the east gate of the community at 5:10 and then take the bus. Yes. This time is fine. Let's adjust the alarm time on our mobile phones now so as not to miss anything. During such a long journey, we can rest in the car and make up for the sleep we missed from waking up so early. After arriving at the bus station in Hongshin County, we will go straight to the labor market on East Street. We will first hang up the recruitment notice you printed today to try it out and understand the real labor situation. Okay, when we judge that we understand it almost, we can call the Mayor Wang and ask him to show up to discuss it in person. Okay, the way Mayor Wang was hesitant to talk on the phone today, I guess when we call him, he will bring us some people who are really in contact with the migrant workers. If that is the case, it will greatly shorten the time it takes us to recruit 500 workers. After the meeting, we will definitely discuss the issue of wages and benefits for various types of work. Mr. Zhang, what do you think about it? I have thought about this matter, reported it to Mr. Hua, and communicated it with Li Wenwen of Human Resources. At present, we are temporarily communicating with the relevant workers according to the salary standards I proposed. I have also printed the specific standard documents. Remember to remind me to show it to you when we are in the car tomorrow, and you will understand. Okay, then after you get on the bus and find your seat tomorrow, I will ask you for your tentative salary standard. Han Gong, in fact, the internal staff of these companies we have seen are not confident about this salary standard, and they have asked us to talk about it later. Therefore, when we get there, we just let the workers fill in their expected wages. We do not judge the expected wages. Just bring the data back to the company for discussion. Well, that's a good idea, Gong Zhang. I think the best thing for us is to find suitable captain and vice-captain candidates tomorrow. In this way, other things can be implemented by them after we leave. Korean workers, this is a good idea. Otherwise it will be difficult to recruit 500 workers within a week, not to mention the self-built workers we are about to use now will definitely not be as many as 500 workers. A large number of workers can be said to be needed for next year. Reserved for the company's operations. Yes, when Mr. Hua conveyed Song's guidance, he also emphasized preparations for next year. Han Gong, we have to get up early tomorrow. It's already past 9 o'clock. Let's withdraw tonight. Okay, let's evacuate first. We will gather at the east gate of the community at 5:10 tomorrow morning. After Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai discussed it, they finished paying and went back to rest. The next morning, at 5:08, Zhang Yunqing arrived at the east gate of the community. Han Zhaokai covered his ears with his hands and said to Zhang Yunqing, "Good morning, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, "Han Gong, it's earlier. What's wrong? Is it cold? The north wind is blowing so hard that my ears are very cold." Okay. Let's take a taxi to the bus station right away. Taxi, please take us to the long-distance bus station at Beimen. Okay, you two are seated. Master, how long does it take to get to Beimen long-distance bus station? It's so early. If there's no traffic jam, we'll probably arrive in more than 20 minutes. I was speechless all the way. You two, we're here. How much? 55 yuan. Master, give it to you, 55 yuan. Do you have an invoice? Yes, I'll give you the invoice. Okay, thank you, Master. You're welcome. You two walk slowly. After Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai got out of the taxi, they quickly walked into the bus station. Although it was very early, there were still many people queuing up to buy tickets at the ticket window at the station. Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai discussed, these two queues have the smallest number of people. We will queue up separately. Whoever arrives first will buy the bus ticket. Gong Zhang, yes. This is double insurance. You line up on the left side, and I line up on the right side. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Yunqing was the first in line to buy a ticket. The conductor asked, "Where?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "To Hongshin County." "How many tickets are there, and when should I buy them?" "2 tickets, buy them at the nearest time." Hongshin County, 2 tickets. The nearest departure is at 6 o'clock. The cost is 240 yuan. Do I need to buy insurance? Okay. If I give you 240 yuan, I won't buy insurance. Take it, 2 tickets leaving for Hongshin County at 6 o'clock. Okay, thanks. You are welcome. Zhang Yunqing took the ticket and said to Han Zhaokai, I bought the ticket here, let's go and take the bus. Han Zhaokai followed up and took a ticket from Zhang Yunqing's hand, looked at it and said, I'm lucky, I bought this ticket that leaves at 6 o'clock. Of course, all the good luck comes from my early departure, right? Yes, haha. The 2 people found the window sign of Hongshin County and walked over. A ticket inspector at the door asked, Are you 2 going to Hongshin County? Yes, we are going to Hongshin County. Please show your ticket. Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai handed over their tickets respectively. The ticket inspector punched a hole in the ticket and said, The bus that leaves for Hongshin County at 6 o'clock is the bus directly opposite the ticket gate. Zhang Yunqing said, Okay. Thank you. The 2 took their tickets and got on the bus. After looking at the 2 tickets, the conductor on the bus reminded, This is a long-distance bus. Please sit according to the seat number on your ticket. Don't sit randomly. After the 2 found their seats, they put their luggage on the luggage rack and closed their eyes to rest. After several hours of driving on the highway, the bus drove onto a winding and steep road between mountains and ridges. The conductor warmly reminded everyone that the road conditions behind were not good, so please hold on tight. Zhang Yunqing woke up from the severely shaking seat of the bus. Hearing the conductor's reminder, he felt that the problem was a bit serious. Looking out the car window, there are mountains shrouded in white clouds in the distance, and the sharp peaks are looming in the clouds and mist. Looking at the road outside the window, the distance between the bus tires and the roadside is only 20 to 30 centimeters, and looking out, there is a steep cliff of hundreds of meters. Zhang Yunqing was dumbfounded and prayed silently in his heart, God bless you and have a safe journey. I remembered that when I bought the ticket in the morning, when the conductor asked if I wanted insurance, I didn't buy it in order to save money, and I broke out in a cold sweat on my back. While I was thinking about it, the bus came to a sharp left turn. Suddenly, the bus driver shouted emotionally, Get out of the way. The bus driver applied an emergency brake, slammed on the brakes, and gently turned the steering wheel to the left. The bus shook violently. People in the car screamed loudly, and some children started crying. Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai firmly grasped the armrest, with pale faces, wondering if they would be finished. Zhang Yunqing whispered to Han Zhaokai, Isn't it scary? Han Zhaokai said, It's too scary. This business trip was quite scary. Yes, the main reason is that there is a cliff on the roadside, and I feel very scared. Plus, there's such an emergency, how can it not be scary? After a moment of panic, the bus finally stopped. The driver of the bus quickly turned off the engine, applied the handbrake, put the car's gear in reverse gear, and opened the front door. He yelled at the conductor, Quick, hurry up, find a few larger hard rocks and stuff them under the tires. When the conductor saw the door open, he rushed out. Some passengers also wanted to rush off when they saw this. The bus driver shouted, Please don't move, it's very dangerous now. The people in the car were quite obedient and really didn't move, for fear of losing their balance if they moved. It's not that they don't want to move, but they don't dare to move. Some passengers may be regular users of this line. Help the driver to reassure everyone, please listen to the driver's instructions, don't move, don't move, don't move. The most important thing now is to keep quiet and steady. Everyone who wants to get off the bus, who gets off first and how to get off, must obey due to the arrangements made by the driver. The safety of all of us in the car is now in the hands of the driver. In the midst of this flash of lightning, the conductor with quick movements had already picked up 2 big rocks, blocked them under the front wheels of the bus in the forward direction, and stuffed them tightly. They also brought a few big rocks and blocked them under the rear wheels in the direction of the bus, and packed them tightly. The conductor panted and ran to the bus driver's window and said, "Big rocks have been blocked in the forward direction of all the front and rear wheels." The bus driver took a long breath and patted his chest gently. The bus driver took a breath and said to everyone as calmly as possible, "Emergency safety measures have been taken now. Please believe me, safety is guaranteed. But everyone must follow my arrangements. The danger is not complete. Lifted. First of all, please gently sit back in your seats." Okay, good, everyone is seated. Only people are allowed to get off the bus this time, safety comes first, and no luggage is allowed to get off the bus. If you have luggage in your hands, please put it away slowly and do not affect the passage of the aisle. After seeing that everyone was ready according to their requirements, the bus driver emphasized, "Please follow my arrangements and evacuate and get off the bus in an orderly and balanced manner. First of all, the two at the end on my left, please move forward slowly, and the others should not move. Why don't you get off first at the door? Driver, do you understand? Don't give random orders. Passengers, don't panic, be patient. There is no time to explain now. After everyone on our car has evacuated safely, if we think it is necessary, we can communicate again. At this stage, all actions are subject to my unified command." A passenger echoed, "Don't make trouble, everyone. This driver has been on this route for at least 10 years. Over the past 10 years, I have often traveled on his plane. I have rich experience in handling similar crises. We are now the best way is to sit still and don't make trouble." The chatter finally quieted down. The bus driver stood up from his seat, faced the rear of the bus and said, "Okay, if you haven't heard the arrangement, please sit quietly in your seat. Get off the bus gently when you hear someone calling you. Now, please ask the two people in the last row on my left to start walking towards the front door and get out of the car through the front door." After hearing the arrangement, the two people moved gently and slowly towards the front door. When they arrived at the front door, the conductor directed them to go directly to the left side of the road in front of the car and gather on the side. Now, please ask the two people in the last row on the left to move forward. Now, please ask the two people in the third row from the left on the left to move forward. All right. Now please ask the people in the last row on the right to move forward. Now please those in the second to last row on the right, please move forward. Now switch to the person on the left and move forward. People in the last row on the left go forward. Under the driver's arrangement, dozens of passengers on the bus finally evacuated the bus safely in a tense and orderly atmosphere. The bus driver was the last to get off the bus. The bus driver turned to the rear wheels of the car to check the danger that had just occurred. Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai also followed behind, wanting to know the situation. The driver of the bus said with confused eyes, "What a danger." Fortunately, there are two tires on one side in the back. Near the cliff side, one of the right rear wheels has completely broken away from the road, and is firmly held on by the other tire. The pavement of the highway. The bus driver calmed down for a moment, came in front of most of the passengers, bowed to everyone and said, "I'm sorry for scaring everyone." Then he stood up straight and said, "Our passengers are now out of danger, but the bus is not completely out of danger yet. I need 10 strong passengers to help me and work together to get the bus out of danger." Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai first raised their hands to the driver and said, "We are willing to help." The bus driver said, "Okay, thank you. We need 8 more." Soon 6 more people were selected, for a total of 8 people. Seeing that no one came out voluntarily, the bus driver thought for a while and said to the 8 people who came out, "Thank you to the 8 people who volunteered to help me get the bus out of danger. Now listen to my arrangement. There are 2 big rocks on the front and back of the bus. This is to ensure that the bus does not slide forward when everyone gets off the bus smoothly. Now I need to drive the bus slowly towards the middle of the road to get out of danger. One person should go next to the 4 stones. When I call out later, everyone will quickly move the 4 stones so that they will not affect the forward position of the car. After whoever is done and is far away from the car, he calls out, "Good." I have to hear 4 "good" sounds before I can move forward. Everyone asked, "What are the other 4 people doing?" There are 4 other people. Just stand at the rear of the car and gently hold the rear of the car with both hands. If you feel that the car is going backwards, you must use all your strength to stop the car from going backwards. Because if you move further back, the right rear wheel of the car will get off the cliff. Please follow the 4 people standing at the back of the car to the back of the car. The bus driver arranged for 4 people to stand behind the bus, on the side away from the cliff, and selected suitable positions for each of the 4 people, so that they could hold the rear of the bus. The bus driver got on the bus and started the bus skillfully. After looking in the rearview mirror at the passengers standing around the 4 rocks to help, he said loudly, "Everyone, pay attention, 3, 2, 1, get up." Then, the 4 people standing next to the 4 big rocks moved the big rocks away one after another. Roared, "Okay. Good. Good. Good." The word "good" has been pronounced 4 times. The bus driver stepped on the brakes tightly, held the steering wheel with his left hand, and quickly put down the handbrake with his right hand. He immediately shifted the gear lever that had been waiting in neutral to the first gear position, released the brake with his right foot, and suddenly he kicked the accelerator and held the steering wheel tightly with both hands to ensure that the bus would drive directly forward without turning. All action seemed to be completed within 1 second without feeling any lag. When the distance was about 3 meters, the bus driver stepped on the brakes and stopped the bus firmly in the middle of the road. Ba bang bang. The passengers clapped their hands involuntarily, and the applause was warm and long. The bus driver quickly got off the bus and clapped his hands. Facing everyone, he said with a choked voice, "Today's danger came too suddenly. Just after turning a sharp corner, I saw an old man walking slowly in front of me. If I didn't step on the brakes or change in time, the direction the vehicle was heading was bound to hit the old man." Although everyone was frightened, the old man was out of danger safely. I only heard one of the passengers say, "Master, who doesn't have an elderly person or a child?" The elderly are slow to respond, and children are often ignorant and don't know the dangers of vehicles. Your handling of this incident appropriately deserves our praise. Everyone who drives should study hard. Another passenger said, "Yes, Master, today you allowed someone else's old man to be safe. Maybe one day your old man will also receive a gift from others when he encounters a similar danger. Gain safety." The bus driver said gratefully, "Okay. Everyone, hurry up and get on the bus and get ready to go." The bus finally arrived at Hongshin County Long-Distance Bus Station. Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai left the station with their luggage. Many tricycle masters gathered around and asked, "Where are we going? Do you want to take a tricycle?" Zhang Yunqing asked, "Do you know the labor market on East Street?" I know, get in the car." "How much will it cost for 2 of us?" 3 yuan. "Okay. Get in the car, Han Gong." Zhang Yunqing asked the tricycle master, "Master, are there any migrant workers you know who go out to work?" The tricycle master said, "There are a few." "Oh, what kind of work do they do?" "There are those who work as steel workers, those who work as formwork workers, those who work as bricklayers, and those who work as part-time workers." "Do you know the approximate daily wages for these types of work?" "I don't know the salary clearly, and I can't deal with this issue even if I set up a Dragon Gate formation." "Which township in your county has more migrant workers, do you know?" There is no accurate figure on how many people in any township go out to work. Have you ever heard of the situation of migrant workers? The rumor in the world is that there are more people working outside Lianghe Township. While chatting and walking, I saw a lot of old-fashioned wooden houses on the street in Hongshin County, the county seat. The street is very busy. If the tricycle wants to move forward, it needs to ring the bell constantly to urge pedestrians on the street to give way. The tricycle master kept shouting, "Give way, the tricycle is coming. The tricycle is coming." Unknowingly, the tricycle master stopped and said, "You too, the East Street labor market has arrived." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, thank you. This is the fare." The tricycle master took the fare and waited for the two to get off. Then he rang the bell again and shouted, "The empty tricycle is coming, the empty tricycle is coming." After Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai arrived at the labor market, they asked the administrator to find out the situation. "Excuse me, we are here to recruit workers. Do we need to go through any procedures?" The administrator said, "This is a public labor market. Units recruiting workers can find a place here to post recruitment announcements. Workers looking for jobs can just come up and communicate to reach an agreement. There are no special procedures." After getting this answer, the two came to an empty booth, and Zhang Yunqing posted the recruitment notice he printed before arriving at the booth. After a while, several workers gathered around the stall to read the recruitment notice. One of the workers asked, "Boss, when will the job you hired be available?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "The number of workers we are recruiting this time is relatively large, roughly 500 people, involving multiple types of work. Most of them are reserved for next year, and some will be used within a month this year, but the number is not the same, big." The worker who just asked the question said, "I'm just a part-time worker. Is your company looking to recruit me?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "The 500 people we recruit are the total number, and we also recruit individual odd jobs. As long as both parties agree on the terms, it will be fine. What are your technical expertise?" The worker replied, "I don't have any technical expertise. I am usually used as a laborer at the construction site." Zhang Yunqing handed a recruitment information form to the workers and said, "We also need young workers. Please fill out this form and leave your phone number." The worker seemed a little embarrassed and did not take the form. Han Zhaokai took the watch and said to the master worker, "Come here. I ask you. Don't you know how to fill out a form?" The worker nodded and said, "I haven't even finished the first grade of elementary school, so I went home to herd cattle. I can only write my name and the digits of my phone number, but not much else. You still want a worker like me?" Han Zhaokai replied cordially, "Look what you said, I generally know the situation of the workers. I have little cultural knowledge and I don't know how to deal with documents and forms. But it doesn't matter, as long as you work seriously and responsibly and are not lazy, if it's not slippery, we still agree with it." The worker replied, "Don't worry about this. I have outstanding shortcomings and outstanding advantages. I am afraid that the bosses will not give me a chance to work. Once I am given a job opportunity, I will definitely work hard and make you feel that your salary is it's worth driving." Han Zhaokai said, "This is the best. According to the standards of a small-time working man, what are your salary requirements?" The worker replied, "Our wage standards are still somewhat different in various provinces and cities. It's okay, just tell me what you think is a reasonable standard. How about 100 yuan a day? 100 yuan per day is fine, but usually we don't include food or accommodation. This is acceptable, and at our price, you have to work for 1 day to get 1 day's wages. If you don't work, you won't get wages." Han Zhaokai smiled and said, "That's right. Aren't these all business rules? Come and tell me your name, ID number, age, address, phone number, when you can go to work, and other information." The worker truthfully told what Han Zhaokai required, and Han Zhaokai filled in the information one by one on the recruitment information form, and specifically noted the words, "first grade of elementary school," in the academic qualifications. Zhang Yunqing understood the information of the first young worker, and then said to the workers, "If there are any other young workers who are willing to register their information, please ask our handsome guy to fill in the information. There are also young workers, you can also just ask him to fill in the information." Another worker be asked, I am a steel worker, do you want to recruit me? Zhang Yunqing replied, yes, but the nature of our project determines that we have a small amount of steel bars. If the workload is not full, we may need to arrange other work. Are you willing? Worker B replied, it's acceptable. What's your salary? Zhang Yunqing replied, our rebar workers' salary ranges from 200 to 350 yuan per day. The exact amount depends mainly on your skills in this area. Worker B replied with satisfaction, although I am a steel bar worker, my level is indeed not high. I am willing to use your company's lower limit of 200 yuan per day. After hearing Worker B's answer, Zhang Yunqing answered naturally, that's the best. What is your academic qualifications? Worker B replied, I have finished junior high school, and I can read and write commonly used Chinese characters. I can also recognize the simple reinforcement diagram of steel bars. Zhang Yunqing replied, then fill out the recruitment information form, you must have no problem. Worker B replied, no problem, just give it to me and I will fill in my own information. Zhang Yunqing handed over a recruitment information form to Worker B and said, fill in the information on the form as detailed as possible, and be careful to include an emergency telephone number. Zhang Yunqing said, it doesn't matter. The phone numbers of relatives and friends near your home are also fine. Just write down the relationship, name and phone number clearly. This emergency number is required by the company. Everyone must fill in one to avoid calling them when there is something urgent. Not enough people. Worker B replied, okay, I'll fill in the phone number of the neighbor next to the dam in my yard. After Worker B filled out the recruitment information form, he left the stall. Worker C stepped forward and asked Zhang Yunqing, I am a decoration worker who lays granite. Does your company need it? Need, a lot of need, do you still have any co-workers? Yes, there are a few people who have pretty good relationships. Then can you fill out the form? I don't know how to fill out forms. I just graduated from elementary school and haven't written in many years. It doesn't matter. After you finish chatting with me, ask the handsome guy next to you to help you fill out the form. Gotta have it, have to have it. When you usually lay granite, do you lay it indoors or outdoors? It's been paved both indoors and outdoors. Which one do you think is better? No one is easy to shop. Why? If you look at the interior, there is no wind, no rain, no sunshine, and it looks more comfortable. But the quality requirements indoors are much higher. These horizontal and vertical requirements are very tight, and there is something wrong with the team. The boss asked for rework. That's why it's difficult to pave indoors. Why can't I say that it's hard to pave the outdoor ones? Outdoor paving quality requirements are not that high on the surface, but they are generally large area paving. There are very strict requirements for the slope direction. If you are a little careless, it will easily become a puddle, you will be required to rework afterwards. Moreover, the area is large and the amount of bricks used is large, so you must choose bricks. Otherwise, once the granite with lines is laid, stricter construction sites will also require rework. In addition, when you are outdoors, you have to withstand the sun, rain, wind and rain of nature. When it is hot, it is very hot, and when it is cold, it is very cold. Working hours are seriously affected by the weather, which cannot be solved by just trying to get off work overtime. It is often due to various reasons that we are often required to work overtime and scramble for work. Zhang Yunqing nodded and said, yes, that makes sense. How many square meters of indoor granite can you lay every day? Indoor granite paving is generally about 20 millimeters thick. I can pave about 15 to 20 square meters a day by myself. How many square meters of 20 millimeters thick granite can you pave outside every day? The outdoor paving area can be about 20 to 30 square meters. Then how do you calculate your usual salary for paving granite? Is the salary calculated by day or by piece? Both. Then you have a lot of experience. You have encountered everything. Of course, you don't know how many years I've been doing this. I don't know, how many years has it been? It's been more than 10 years, of course I've encountered everything. Then first let me introduce how the daily salary is calculated. It's 300 yuan per day. The boss doesn't care about anything. Every day you work counts. The days you don't work don't count. Oh, how is the piece rate calculated? Piece rate is a bit more complicated, and each construction site needs to be negotiated individually. Tell me, how was the piece rate calculated at the construction site you worked on recently? For the recent construction sites, piecework is divided into indoor and outdoor work. How much does it cost per square meter indoors? Indoor price is 45 yuan per square meter. Pure labor service, no material fees such as cement and mortar included. Yeah, I understand. What about the outdoor ones? The outdoor one is 25 yuan per square meter, and it is also a pure labor service. It does not include the cost of materials such as cement and mortar. Well, you need to bring your own tools. Only bring tools that can be carried with you, such as iron trowels, wooden trowels, ink fountains, steel tape measures, nylon wire, rubber hammers, or wooden hammers, etc. Oh, the details are so detailed, so the tools you brought are not all suitable for paving granite. Of course it's not all there. What other common tools are there? There are also some commonly used, larger tools that are difficult to carry. Who should provide it? Usually it's a labor service company or a construction unit, and they provide it to the workers in the project department. For example, what are some larger tools? For example, wheelbarrow, shovel, ruler, slurry pot, bucket, watering can, iron level, bent square, steel chisel, broom, grinding saw, rock grinder, etc. Oh, so many tools need to be provided by labor service companies. Yes, these are also the assets and capital of those labor service companies. Okay, I understand. Please come here and find our Korean workers to fill out the recruitment information form. Worker C went to Han Zhao Kai to fill out a recruitment information form. Two more workers, Ding and Yi, came, who were also paving workers. After getting a general understanding of the situation, they also went to see Han Zhao Kai to fill out the recruitment information form. Another worker came and asked, "Do you want to hire greening workers?" Zhang Yinqing said happily, "Hi, we need a lot of greening workers." The workers have asked, "We are recruiting a large number of greening workers. How many people will they be?" It takes about 150 to 200 skilled workers, and 200 people are needed for male and female workers who can share the same. That's a lot of people. What about the salary? We generally pay 100 to 80 yuan per day for male and female workers. Of course, for the days when they don't work, there is no corresponding salary for the days. I understand. Then you recruit workers like me, but not team leaders? We're hiring. If we don't recruit team leaders, who can directly manage such a large number of workers? It's like this. I used to work as a team leader for the labor team of a landscaping company, so I want to know how to pay this salary. Then we need to understand the situation clearly. We also provide a range of salary for the team leader level, which is roughly 220 yuan to 400 yuan per day. It depends on the level. Please briefly introduce your expertise in leading the team. Woolen cloth. I have been a green belt team leader for 5 years, and before that I worked as a green planting worker for 5 years. So after the green seedlings enter the site, I am responsible for unloading seedlings, pruning and cutting leaves, transporting seedlings, planting seedlings, laying supports, and watering. He is very skilled in water, pest control, maintenance and other processes. Then according to what you said, there is no problem with technology. But I am not professional. As for whether your technology is good or not, if you work in the company in the future, there will be specialized technical experts to evaluate you. This is acceptable. How many workers do you have? There may be as many as there are, sometimes there are 6 or 7 people, and sometimes there are 2 or 30 people. Okay, can you fill in the recruitment information form yourself? The worker replied, I can fill it in. I graduated from high school. Zhang Yunqing handed him a form and said, try to fill in the requirements in detail, because your level is much higher than that of ordinary workers, so the company may organize an interview. After I report it clearly to the company, I will contact you if necessary. I called you. Okay. By the way, you are the team leader. Do you know any workers at the captain level? What does captain level mean? Generally speaking, the boss is above the team leader. It's like this, isn't our company going to recruit 500 workers? So many workers are managed by a captain, and the captain is assigned 5 deputy captains. Each deputy captain manages 100 workers and manages 5 to 10 workers at the same time. Team leaders of different sizes. Yeah, I understand. There is currently no one who exactly corresponds to your position. But I think someone who is a boss of the labor team or a team leader who is more in charge of people can do this job. Yes, you are right. If you know such a person and he is willing to work in the company, don't forget to introduce him to me. Okay. The form has been filled out and I'm waiting for your call. Okay, walk slowly. Zhang Yunqing put away the recruitment information form that the workers had filled out, then handed it to Han Zhaokai and asked, what's wrong with you here? How many workers' information forms have you filled out? Han Zhaokai shook his hand, twisted his neck, and replied with a smile, there are 20 to 30 people who filled out the form directly. If we also add the people who can be implicated in calling for help, it can reach 6 or 70 people. Oh, the effect is quite good. What should I do with Mayor Wang? Now that we are all here, we will continue to stay in this market and continue to register people's information. I suggest you contact Mayor Wang on the phone first and meet in the evening to have a detailed chat. Can. After Han Zhaokai reached an agreement with Zhang Yunqing to contact Township Chief Wang, he took out his phone and dialed Township Chief Wang and said, hello, Chief Wang. I called you yesterday. Western Construction Company, Limited. Han Zhaokai from the Commercial Department of the 5th Business Department of the company, Limited. Do you still have an impression? The confident voice of Township Chief Wang came from the receiver. How can we not remember Han Gong? I have been waiting for you. Have you arrived? We just arrived at the labor market on East Street for a while. We want to learn about the labor resources here in this market today. As you know, we need a lot of workers, and we can't get them all in a short while. Okay. Do you need any help from me? No need to provide any help at the moment. Okay. But after I answered your call yesterday, I made an appointment with a few bosses who are in charge of the work. You can arrange to meet and chat at a time that is convenient for you. As for the time, let's set it at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, look, I think you are definitely not as familiar with this place as I am. I will be the host tonight. We will set up a reception for you at the county guest house. It is also convenient for you to stay at night. What do you think? Then don't bother me. I'll listen to Mayor Wang's arrangements. Okay. You can just call a tricycle at night. The price in the city is 1 yuan per trip. Just tell him to go to the county guest house. Okay, see you tonight. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. Zhang Yunqing saw that there were no people in the market, so he communicated with Han Zhaokai, we have been here for a long time. How much information have we collected now? Han Zhaokai replied with a smile, quite a few. Wait, let me count. A few minutes later, Han Zhaokai raised the recruitment information form in his hand and said, Mr. Zhang, guess how many recruitment information forms I have in my hand? Zhang Yunqing replied happily, it must be at least 100 pieces thick. Yes, there are 130 of them. That's more than 130 people. Of course there are more than 130 people. Some are one person, some are 2 people, and some have promised to help call a few people. Isn't the total number of workers already too large? If we report the situation to the company, the workers who are called by help must also have names and phone numbers to be convincing. Otherwise, we will be said to be fooling people. I have also thought about this. For anyone who can help, I have recorded the name, gender, age, phone number, type of work, and whether there is anything on the back of his or her form. Special skills, etc. Well, that's right. In this case, it would be better to formulate a statistical table after we go back. Then how many people will be affected by these effects in the end? Guess, guess, guess. Guess what? The situation is so complicated, how can you guess it? In this way, every time you guess a number, I will tell you whether it is higher or lower. Guess it 3 times. If you guess it right, you win, okay? Okay. I guess 200 people. Small. I guess 300 people. It's big, it's the last time. It can't be 250 people, right? Ha ha ha. Just 250 people. It's 245 people, not as many as 250. It's awesome. Thank you for your hard work. I have to register so many people's recruitment information forms. You must be exhausted. I'm not tired. On the contrary, I'm very happy. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. And there are at least 20 squad leaders here. Oh, then this is even more of an unexpected surprise. Of course. Okay, pack up, we're going to meet with Township Chief Wang. Zhang Yunqing packed up the recruitment notice, and Han Zhaokai packed up the recruitment information form that the workers had registered. After checking the stall again to make sure nothing was left behind, they walked to the entrance of the labor market together. Han Gong, this time is still more than 20 minutes before 6 o'clock. Let's ask the guard. If it's not far away, we might as well walk over. It can help us get familiar with the traffic conditions in this county. Han Zhaokai nodded and replied, well, that's a good idea. It just so happens that we have been sitting all afternoon. It's good to walk and exercise. Han Zhaokai quickly walked a few steps to the doorman. After handing a cigarette to the doorman, he asked, Master, I want to know how to get out. The guard nodded and said, where do you want to go? As long as it's in the county, I should know it. That's great. We want to walk to the county guest house. Is it far? It's not far to the county guest house. It only takes about 10 minutes at most if you walk. Well, what's the route? This is East Street. Walk west in the direction of my finger. When you reach the only traffic light in the city, turn right onto North Street and it's about 100 meters away. Okay, thanks. Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai followed the direction pointed by the guard and walked to the county guest house. More than 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the county guest house. Han Zhaokai went to the front desk and asked the waiter, is there any room available tonight? Yes, both standard rooms and single rooms are available. Let's book a standard room. How much does it cost? The standard room is 80 yuan per night, and the deposit is 100 yuan. Can I issue an invoice? Invoices can only be issued when you leave the store. Okay, I'll give you 180 yuan to book a standard room. Please show your ID cards. These are our 2 ID cards. This one is mine and this one is his. Okay, Mr. Han, the room number is 201. Please take the room card and deposit slip. Okay, thanks. Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai took their luggage to room 201. When they opened the room and took a look, Han Zhaokai said, wow, this room is quite big, at least 40 square meters. Zhang Yunqing said, the rooms in the county guest house are okay. Not only are they large in size, but the decoration is quite satisfactory, the key is that the room rates are not expensive. Han Zhaokai continued, the accommodation conditions introduced by Township Chief Wang are quite comfortable. The phone rang, and Han Zhaokai joked, "It really means that Chow 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 is here. The call from Mayor Wang is here." After answering the phone, he said, "Hello, Chief Wang. Han Gong, have you arrived at the county guest house? We're here, we've booked a room for accommodation. Okay, the dining place is in room 508 on the 5th floor. I'll wait for you." Han Zhaokai said to Zhang Yinqing, "Headmaster Wang has already booked a private room in room 508. Let us go up." Zhang Yinqing and Han Zhaokai came to room 508. Township Mayor Wang came over enthusiastically and said, "Hello, you two, I am Wang Huaishan, the mayor of Lianghe Township." Han Zhaokai walked in front, stretched out his hand to hold the fat hand extended by Chief Wang, shook it and said, "Mr. Wang, I'm causing trouble for you. I'm from the Commerce Department of the 5th Division of Oriental Construction Company, Limited. Han attracts wealth." Wang Huaishan smiled and said, "Welcome Korean workers to visit my hometown." Wang Huaishan extended his hand to Zhang Yinqing behind him and said, "Welcome, may I ask your name?" Zhang Yinqing also stretched out his hand to hold Wang Huaishan's big fat hand and said, "My surname is Zhang, my name is Zhang Yinqing, the long bow is Zhang, the clouds are blue sky and white clouds, and the green vegetables and radish are green. Thank you, Mayor Wang, for your contribution to our Western Construction Company, Limited. Take the trouble." Wang Huaishan smiled and said, "Gong Zhang, you're welcome. Please sit down." Wang Huaishan brought two middle-aged uncles to the banquet. Wang Huaishan pointed to one of the thin men and introduced to Zhang Yinqing and Han Zhaokai, "This is Duan Mushan." Wang Huaishan pointed to one of the fat men and introduced to Zhang Yinqing and Han Zhaokai, "This is Wei Yinghai." Wang Huaishan introduced the two people to the thin man and the fat man. "These two are from the Commerce Department of the 5th Division of Western Construction Company, Limited. This one is Han Zhaokai and this one is Zhang Yinqing." After Wang Huaishan sat down at the top of the dining table, he invited Zhang Yinqing and Han Zhaokai to sit on either side of him. Wang Huaishan asked the waiter to bring over the menu that had been ordered, and asked Zhang Yinqing and Han Zhaokai to take a look at it to see if there were any more dishes that needed to be added. Zhang Yinqing and Han Zhaokai shook their heads and waved their hands in unison, "No, no." Han Zhaokai added, "Both of us have no special requirements when it comes to meals. Just follow the host's advice." Seeing this, Wang Huaishan said to the waiter, "Then please arrange it. Follow the menu you ordered earlier. Our people have all arrived and we can arrange to serve the food." The waiter replied, "Okay, sir. Please wait for about 20 minutes for the dishes to be served." Zhang Yinqing said to Wang Huaishan, "Mr. Wang, are the two people who came with you today from your Lianghe township?" Wang Huaishan glanced at the two of them and replied, "Gong Zhang, both of them are from Lianghe township. They are small bosses who take migrant workers to work." "Then how many migrant workers can they bring to work in a year?" "Skinny man, Duan Mushan, please introduce the situation of the migrant workers you lead to the two comrades from the Western Construction Company." "Okay, Township Chief Wang, the two leaders of Western Construction, let me introduce myself. My name is Duan Mushan. I am the head of the village under Township Chief Wang. In the past few years, I have brought some migrant workers in construction working on the construction site. Last year, when there were the most people, there were 80 workers every day, and when there were the least, there were 30 workers every day." Han Zhaokai replied with a smile, "Okay. Village Chief Duan, you bring a lot of workers every year. What types of work are there?" "The types of work include steel workers, bricklayers, formwork workers, erectors, decoration workers, greening workers, male workers, female workers, etc. I didn't expect that the workers led by you, Village Chief Duan, would be involved in quite a complete range of types of work." "Hey hey hey." Wang Huaishan said, "Don't pay attention to this stupid village chief. Wei Yinghai, please introduce yourself." "Yes. Mayor Wang, two leaders of Western Construction. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wei Yinghai. I am the head of the second village under Mayor Wang. In the past few years, I have brought some migrant workers to work on construction sites. Last year, when there were the most people, there were 150 workers every day, and when there were the least, there were 50 workers every day. Han Zhaokai replied, Village Chief Wei, you have a lot of workers. What are the types of work? The types of work I lead are similar to those of Village Chief Duan, including steel workers, bricklayers, formworkers, erectors, decoration workers, greening workers, male and female workers, etc. Then what's the price of your little workman? A small-time worker earns about 100 yuan per day. What's the price for a little working girl? For a working girl, it's about 80 yuan per day. How much does a steel bar worker cost per day? If the steel bar work is calculated on a daily basis, it will cost 300 yuan per day. Generally, it is done on a piece basis, not on a daily basis. If the steel bar work is based on piecework, how is the price calculated? In terms of piecework, the price fluctuates between 700 and 1,100 yuan per ton based on the type of steel bar. Your fluctuation range is a bit large. Yes, we need to analyze the quotation based on specific circumstances and specific projects. What about the price of masonry? Masonry costs 200 to 300 yuan per day. What about the price of formwork? Formwork workers cost 260 to 400 yuan per day. What about the price of the erection work? The price of erection work is about 300 yuan per day. What about the decorator's price? The price range for decorators is relatively large, 180 to 350 yuan per day. What about the price of landscaping work? For greening and chemical engineering, the price range is 150 to 300 yuan per day. Village Chief Wei, when you lead so many workers to make a fortune, do you usually do it within the county, or do you do it all over the country? Han Gong, you are running around, wherever you need to go. Wang Huaishan saw that the tableware, wine and food had all been served, and said to the four of them, Come to Village Chief Duan and Village Chief Wei, we three landowners from Lianghe Township, to welcome our Mr. Zhang and Mr. Han from Kyoto. This is the first cup. Let's all drink together. The 5 people raised their glasses, clinked them enthusiastically, and drank them all in one gulp. Wang Huaishan said, Han Gong, on the phone, you said you wanted to recruit 500 workers. What's going on? Please introduce it to us. Han Zhaokai said, Our company expects that the volume of projects will increase greatly next year, but management and workers cannot keep up with the rapid development needs of the company's business expansion. Therefore, Mr. Song, president of the 5th business unit, has arranged to recruit 500 people this year. Workers on standby. Then how are these 500 workers composed? The initial idea is that every 100 workers form a group, and each group is fully equipped with all types of work. However, in terms of technical types of work, greening workers and granite paving decoration workers have a higher proportion, and other technical types of work are allocated more. Relatively speaking, it deserves less. If the staffing is like this, a team of 100 people is equivalent to a relatively complete labor team for a project. Yes. When will these 500 people be recruited? After all, this is of a reserve nature, so we plan to contact workers and relevant managers this year to recruit important managers first. Workers who have no work now and want to work can first go to work in our company's nursery to transition. One time. Others just want to recruit people one after another when there are projects. Yes, if this can be done, the cost can be lowered. Wang Huaishan smiled and said, Okay. I understand a little bit more. Is there anything the 2 village chiefs don't understand? Duan Mushan asked, Then how do you consider the relationship between your managers and the company? Zhang Yunqing replied, Village Chief Duan, in principle, the relationship between managers and the company is still in the form of salary plus performance bonus. In that case, wouldn't the labor captain's income be reduced a lot? Village Chief Duan, what do you say? In terms of salary, the labor captain can usually earn tens of thousands of dollars a month. It's like this. The basic salary may be this amount. But the performance bonus is calculated based on the output value data completed in a year. The company will provide an incentive policy so that the income of the labor captain will not be huge. A sharp decline. So, are there any clear requirements for Western Construction's basic requirements for serving as a labor captain? We are now in the early stages of the pilot and have not yet formed a fully mature operating model. In the process of communicating with people like you, who are already de facto labor captains, we will collect and sort out your opinions or suggestions, and then combine them with the company. If you ask for it, we will work out a practical solution. Wang Huaishan continued, in other words, this matter is still in the process of exploration and is still in the discussion stage. To put it bluntly, what kind of method is good, what kind of method may be used? Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Wang, this is the current situation regarding the establishment of a self-employed labor force. Please take your time and help come up with ideas. Wang Huaishan said, I can come up with ideas, because I have contacted many similar labor contractors like our village chief Duan and village chief Wei. Their previous model was basically that they accepted work on a piece rate basis, and they will continue to do so after taking over. According to the piece rate model, the work is specifically assigned to those small contractors with several people or directly assigned to certain workers. The interests of the labor contractor under this model are very clear. Zhang Yunqing said, after we changed the model. The main purpose is to increase the company's control over the labor team, requiring them to follow orders and prohibitions, hit wherever they are told, absolutely obey the arrangements, and start and complete the company's emergency projects in the shortest possible time. Wang Huaishan said, Mr. Zhang, these are normal production management requirements or suggestions. Has your company never thought of using this to further reduce costs? Zhang Yunqing said, Mr. Wang, the original intention of our company to build this self-built labor team, in addition to what I said above, another meaning is that when we have this labor team that we can freely control, we have to when we work on projects that are rushing for workers, we can avoid being threatened by price increases for labor services from those who want to make huge profits. Wang Huaishan said, then, if you think about it this way, what you mean is that there is no need to reduce the actual income of labor captains and workers. Zhang Yunqing said, that's right. Not only cannot their income be reduced, but the policies formulated must also take into account the situation of unsaturated business, saturated business, etc., and how to ensure the income of labor captains, managers, and workers. Wang Huaishan said, I understand, I will think about it again. Zhang Yunqing said to the two village chiefs, please help us think about it and make some suggestions that you think are reasonable and feasible for the actual establishment of this labor team. Duan Mushin replied, it's easy to give opinions and suggestions, as long as you understand what your purpose is. And our purpose is also very simple, as long as this model can bring us business, a steady stream of income and proper profit is a good model for us. Wei Yinghai said, I understand the establishment of this self-built labor team. The first thing is to find the captain and deputy captain. It is much harder to find people in the position of captain. They must understand our labor service industry and understand large-scale management. Personnel management. It's easy to find candidates for deputy captains. They are usually contractor-type figures who can manage a labor team of hundreds of people. They are basically qualified for the job. Duan Mushin said, Village Chief Wei is right. It is difficult to find a captain. As for the deputy captain, I and Village Chief Wei can basically be counted as two. There are also 5 people we know. 6 of them meet the basic requirements of the vice captain. So we can recommend some more for the vice captain. Zhang Yunqing replied, Village Chief Duan, please introduce a few more people at the vice captain level. I would like to toast you alone. Thank you for your help. Duan Mushin raised his wine glass and clinked it with Zhang Yunqing and said, "You're welcome, Mr. Zhang. I'll ask them to come and have a chat with you tomorrow, and we can discuss it later." Zhang Yunqing asked, "Actually, there should be some team leaders below the deputy captain, such as greening team leader, paving team leader, etc. Do you have suitable candidates for this?" Duan Mushin replied, "Don't worry, every one of our candidates who can be the deputy captain will have sufficient team leader resources and worker resources that can be used cooperatively." The next morning, Wang Huaishan helped Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai make appointments with several deputy captains and team leaders to communicate in detail in person. The two recorded the important information and reported back to the company to determine the final plan. On the third and fourth days, Liang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai went to Luan County again. They followed the example and compiled statistics on the managers and workers in Luan County. Returned to Kyoto on the fifth day. Hua Baibai called Zhang Yunqing and said, "Yunqing, when will you and Han Zhaokai be able to return to Kyoto when you and Han Zhaokai go out to recruit self-construction workers?" Zhang Yunqing replied on the phone, "We will arrive in Kyoto later today. Then you two go to the conference room tomorrow morning and we will discuss what you learned during this investigation. Mr. Hua, we are just recording the situation in a notebook, and we haven't had time to compile it into a written report yet. There are a lot of things at work now. After we have a clear discussion tomorrow morning, we will form a brief report document. Okay, see you tomorrow." After answering the phone, Zhang Yunqing said to Han Zhaokai, "Mr. Hua can't wait any longer and has arranged for the two of us to work overtime at the company tomorrow morning in order to discuss what we know about this time." Han Zhaokai said, "It seems that the company leaders are becoming more and more urgent in this matter. They will not take a day off tomorrow even if it is Saturday." Zhang Yunqing said, "Yes, we will both sort out the situation we have learned through the past few days of investigation in our minds, and try to be as clear as possible when we report tomorrow." Saturday morning, spent in the Centennial office. Hua Baibai said to Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai, "Gong Zhang, Xiao Han, you have worked hard these days. Gong Zhang, please briefly introduce the situation of this trip." "Okay, Mr. Hua. This time, Han Gong and I went to two counties to recruit our own workers, one is Hongxin County and the other is Luan County. The worker resources are sufficient, and we collected them in Hongxin County. The information already exceeds 500 people. There are also sufficient resources for team-level managers and deputy captain-level managers. We have obtained information on more than 60 team-level managers and more than 10 deputy captain-level managers in two counties. Information, more than double the number of managers we actually need. That is to say, the human resources for workers, team-level managers, and deputy captain-level managers have been found in Hongxin County and Luan County, which have already inquired about the information, right?" "Yes." "Are the various professional types of workers also complete?" "It's complete. Not only can we perform labor services for garden landscaping projects, but also can handle labor services for house construction projects by adjusting the proportion of workers' professional equipment." "Okay, this is indeed exciting news. Where is the captain?" "We haven't found a suitable candidate for the captain in Hongxin County or Luan County." "Why?" "Because when choosing a captain, we all believe that we must understand both management knowledge and workers' management experience. There will be certain rigid requirements for academic qualifications and diplomas, so there is currently no candidate we think is suitable. Then when you go to work normally next Monday, you can talk to Li Wenwen, the human resources manager, and ask him to send out the recruitment information for the captain as soon as possible." "Yes. I made a note of it. I will go to Li Wenwen to communicate with Li Wenwen about recruiting a labor captain when I get to work next Monday." "What about the information on how these people are treated?" "The remuneration information we inquired about in the market, the remuneration information we inquired with some local managers, and the worker-related remuneration information we asked each project department for feedback before departure are basically consistent with no major deviations. We can use the wages we originally set." "Benefit package." Those managers now become employees of our company. Did they make any other requests? They themselves still hope to take the route of cooperation with the company. They believe that in that case, they will have greater autonomy and the profits will be visible and tangible. Then have you told them that the company must have autonomy and they must obey the arrangements unconditionally, so they must take the path of joining the company? I told those at the vice captain level, and they basically understood. But when I told those at the team leader level, about 50% believed us, and about 50% didn't believe us, thinking we were deceiving them. This has never been done before. It is equivalent to breaking the rules. If half of the people can express understanding, it will be considered a good situation. Xiao Han, do you have anything to add to what Mr. Zhang just mentioned? Mr. Hua, I think Mr. Zhang has explained the main situation clearly. There is too much information when it comes to specific details. There are hundreds of sheets of paper for workers' registration information alone. I can't finish it in a while. I have nothing to add at the moment. Okay. Well, today the three of us will formulate a document on the plan, salary standards, and organizational chart of this self-built worker team. After discussion and approval, we will submit it to President Song for approval. You two go write the document first, and then come back after it is completed. Come to me to discuss implementation. After Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai came out of Hua Baibai's office, they discussed, Han Gong, I originally wrote a rough plan for building a self-employed worker team. I will refine it based on what we learned during the investigation this week. Could you please put this in detail? How about comparing the salary information obtained through Zhou's investigation with the information we originally collected from the project department, and giving a suggested salary standard? Han Zhaokai readily agreed, no problem, Mr. Zhang, this matter will be completed soon. There's another thing that's a little more troublesome, that's the organizational chart. Find some software and draw it. You can use WPS software to draw it. I have drawn it before when I was in the project department. I will draw it based on my understanding and then discuss it with you. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Han Gong, we will split up immediately. Zhang Yunqing spent several hours revising and perfecting the plan for building a self-built worker team on the computer and printing it out. There are two attachments, one is the salary standard and the other is the organizational chart. These two documents are exactly what Han Zhaokai is completing. Zhang Yunqing came to Han Zhaocai's workstation with his printed plan for building a self-built worker team. Asked, my plan for building a self-built worker team has been revised. Now I only need two attachments, your salary standard table and the organizational chart. How are you doing with it? The salary comparison table has been modified. I'll print it out and you can take a look first. Okay. Where's the organizational chart? The organizational chart is in the process of being perfected and will be ready for printing in less than 10 minutes. I looked at the salary comparison table. The information about the deputy captain, and greening technical worker is a bit off. Korean workers will correct it according to my handwriting. Han Zhaokai said, the salary table and organizational chart that I am responsible for improving have been revised. This is a printed draft. It is given to you as an attachment to your self-built worker team plan. Zhang Yunqing took Han Zhaocai's document and said, okay, thank you Han Gong, let's go to Mr. Hua to report the situation. The two came to Hua Baibai's office. Hua Baibai said, how's it going? You two are already done. Zhang Yunqing handed the printed document in his hand to Hua Baibai and said, well, it's ready. Please review it, Mr. Hua. Hua Baibai said while reading the document, the self-built worker team plan should be further improved on how to mobilize this special team, and the practical operability should be strengthened. It should be simple and fast, and it should be able to have a rapid effect. The role of response. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, I'll note it down. Hua Baibai said, how to manage the self-built workers when they arrive at the project department, How to record their work status and work performance, and how to reward and punish them will be further elaborated. In particular, measures and plans to strengthen employees' sense of belonging to the company must be elaborated. Let these workers feel at home when they come to the company, and they will voluntarily work with the company for a long time, preferably to the point where they can't even force them to leave. Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, I've written it down. Are there any other adjustment requirements?" Hua Baibai replied, "That part about you is gone. How long do you think it will take to change it?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Mr. Hua, the requirements you just mentioned are very important and very difficult to achieve. I estimate that I will be able to complete a version that satisfies me this afternoon and then submit it to you for review." Hua Baibai replied, "Okay." Xiao Han, the salary scale you made divided the workers' grades into 3 grades, such as ABCDEF 6 grades, the team leaders into 4 grades, the deputy captains into 4 grades, and the captains into 4 grades. It's 4th gear. Han Zhaokai said, "Okay. But if the workers are divided into 6 grades, please give me some instructions from Mr. Hua. I haven't thought of how to form these 6 grades myself." Hua Baibai said, "Give me a hint, yes. The salaries of these 6 grades should be able to cover the salary standards from ordinary workers to senior workers in the future. Some particularly high-level workers may only understand technology but not management, so his salary cannot be raised. We can offer higher wages to these particularly outstanding workers. For example, the salary at a certain level is equivalent to the salary of a team leader, or it can be equivalent to the salary of a deputy captain, etc." Han Zhaokai said, "I understand, it is equivalent to opening up a channel for salary increase from ordinary workers to senior workers." Hua Baibai said, "This organizational structure table is more detailed. For example, a captain can take charge of 5 vice captains, and a vice captain can take charge of 7 team leaders. Then 5 vice captains should be drawn below the captain, and below the vice captain we have to draw 7 team leaders." Han Zhaokai said, "Okay. I'll write it down and change it later." Hua Baibai said, "It's 11 o'clock in the morning. Don't take a break after lunch. The modified documents must be submitted to me for review at 4 o'clock in the afternoon at the latest. These are roughly the requirements. You too, please work hard. Now just go to your workstation and make modifications and improvements." Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai replied, "Okay." Because the time given to spend 100 years was relatively tight, Zhang Yunqing trotted to his workstation and looked up some relevant opinions and suggestions on the internet. Han Zhaokai obviously had plenty of time. He walked slowly and leisurely to his workstation and revised and perfected the salary table and organizational structure table according to the requirements of Hua 100 years. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Hua Baibai shouted in the office, "When will you two be able to correct the document? Mr. Song just called and said that this matter is urgent. After the correction is completed, he will come over to review it. Anyway, it's the weekend. Work overtime." There was no one else in the office, so Hua Baibai roared loudly and arrogantly just for convenience. Zhang Yunqing replied loudly, "I can finish the revision at 4 o'clock in the afternoon." Han Zhaokai replied, "I have finished changing mine, and I will print it out for you to review now." Hua Baibai replied, "Everyone, please hurry up." Han Zhaokai handed the printed copy of the salary table and organizational structure table that he had modified to Hua Baibai and said, "Please ask Mr. Hua to review it." Hua Baibai pointed at the seat in front of Han Zhaokai and motioned for Han Zhaokai to sit down and wait. Hua Baibai carefully reviewed the 2 documents printed by Han Zhaokai. After more than 10 minutes, he arranged for Han Zhaokai, "I think it's okay. When Mr. Song wants to participate in the review and discussion of these documents, go and print 4 sets of this document." Han Zhaokai replied, "Okay." After Han Zhaokai returned to his workstation, he reprinted 4 sets of salary tables and organizational structure tables, and then came to Zhang Yunqing's workstation. Zhang Yunqing asked, "Han Gong, have you finished it? After Han Zhaokai handed the printed documents to Zhang Yunqing, he replied, well, I've done it. I want to print 4 sets and give them to you as attachments to your documents. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, thank you for your hard work. I have completed the modification here and will print it out for Mr. Hua to review immediately. Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai brought the printed documents to Hua Bai's office. Zhang Yunqing gave the printed documents to Hua Bai and a set of completed paper documents to Hua Bai and said, Mr. Hua, this is what Han Gong and I completed together. Please review the plan for building your own workforce. After Hua Bai took the document, he flipped through it quickly, paused for a while, and then flipped through it again. 15 minutes later, Hua Bai raised his head and said to the two of them, okay, print and order this version, a total of 4 sets. The president of the business unit will arrive at the company in 10 minutes. You hurry up and print out the documents and prepare them. After a while, Song Ziyuan, the president of the business unit, arrived at the office and said to Hua Bai, Xiao Hua, the 3 of you have obtained the information and come to my office to sit down. Hua Bai, Zhang Yunqing, and Han Zhaokai walked towards Song Ziyuan's office. Song Ziyuan called the 3 people to sit down and said, Xiao Hua, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Han, you have worked hard during this period. Especially today is the weekend, and I ask you to work overtime to handle the matter of self-built workers. It is really urgent. Time waits for no one. Hua Bai naturally flattered him and said, Mr. Song, don't worry, we all regard the company as our home. We have too many unfinished things on our hands. It's hard not to work overtime even for a day. Then he looked at Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai and said, you two, tell me, do you feel uncomfortable if you don't work overtime for a day? Han Zhaokai responded smoothly, yes, I have made an appointment with Su Dequai to come to the office to work overtime tomorrow and Sunday to discuss the funding plan. Song Ziyuan nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Hua, the team you lead is proactive in their work, takes the company as their home, thinks about what the company thinks, and cares about what the company needs. It deserves praise. Hua Bai said, thank you, Mr. Song, for your encouragement. Our Ministry of Commerce will definitely work harder. Song Ziyuan asked, how is the situation of the self-built workers now? It took me 100 years to report on Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaocai's inspections in Hongxin County and Luan County, and on the plans for building a team of self-built workers after they returned. Song Ziyuan carefully read the self-built worker team construction plan document submitted by Hua Baiyuan, and said to Hua Baiyuan, well, your plan is well done and is already practical. I will find a time to report it to Chairman Bai. It can be implemented. Hua Bai said, okay. Mr. Song. There is still a major difficulty in this plan at present. Song Ziyuan asked, what are the major difficulties? Hua Bai said, if this plan is implemented, I understand that we should first find people suitable to be captains, and then find people suitable to be deputy captains. In this way, we can smoothly start the construction of a self-built worker team. But for now, there is still we haven't found anyone who can be the captain. Song Ziyuan said, what is so difficult about this? I discussed it with Cui Anan before I had this idea. Cui Anan was the boss of the labor team who recruited him when his boss started his business. At that time, I heard that Cui Anan led a team of more than 200 people. I couldn't get paid for the project, but Boss Bai saw that he was honest and reliable, so he helped me and successfully recovered the payment for the labor project. Later, Cui Anan took the initiative to come to the door and was willing to follow the boss. Now he is arranged to work in the first business department. Engineering the department is responsible for quality management. Cui Anan is the best candidate for the labor captain of our Western Construction Company. After hearing about it, Hua Bai said excitedly, I have to admire it. For our Ministry of Commerce, Mr. Song has already found a solution to something that is extremely difficult. I feel like there is nothing difficult that we can do if we follow you. Song Ziyuan laughed and said, "There will definitely be many unexpected difficulties in our project, but as long as we establish the belief that we must win, there will always be more solutions than difficulties. Thank you for your hard work, let's do this today." Hua Baibai said, "Okay." He took Zhang Yunqing and Han Zhaokai out of Song Ziyuan's office and came to Hua Baibai's office. After the three of them found a place to sit down, Hua Baibai arranged, "Yunqing, you have all heard Mr. Song's opinion just now. This matter is expected to be reported clearly to the boss next week, and once the labor captain's matter is finalized, the prepared documents and personnel information must be handed over to Captain Chui Anan. He should be the one to take the lead in implementation. You need to start other work quickly. You still have a Nishikawa gross profit calculation document in your hand. Today and tomorrow you have to work overtime." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay, Mr. Hua, I also feel uncomfortable even if I don't work overtime for a day. I will try to work overtime this weekend to compile Sichuan's gross profit calculation documents." Hua Baibai added, "It's not about striving for it, it's about certainty. There are so many things we need to accomplish now, and they are interlocking, and one link affects the other. If you are not careful, it will cause an adverse chain reaction. Everyone, in addition to working hard and conscientiously, you must also work thoughtfully and know what you should do first and then what you should do. We cannot have a situation where work stops if the leader does not arrange it." Zhang Yunqing replied confidently, I understand. I will take the initiative to work. If there is something unclear in my mind, I will immediately ask you for guidance." Hua Baibai asked, "If you can't come and communicate with me immediately, what are you going to do?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "The work at hand will not stop. I will start with my own opinions first. I will give my opinions on small things. For big things, I will call you and send you text messages to ask for instructions before making arrangements." Hua Bai arranged, "That's right. I will follow this idea in the future. After all, I have too many things to do and often attend various meetings. There is no guarantee that you will be able to find me easily at any time. There is nothing else to do today. You should prepare your Nishikawa gross profit calculation document first." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay," and left Hua Baibai's office. When Han Zhaokai got up and walked out, Hua Baibai said to him, "Xiao Han, don't be anxious, stay here for a while." Han Zhaokai asked in confusion, "Mr. Hua, is there anything wrong with letting me stay?" Hua Baibai said, "You don't know what else I can do to you, right?" Han Zhaokai smiled naively and said, "If the leader wants to see me for anything, naturally only the leader knows about it. I don't know. Mr. Hua, please make it clear." Hua Baibai pointed at Han Zhaokai angrily and said, "You kid, you're being naughty. You're pretty good at pretending to be stupid." Han Zhaokai said, "Mr. Hua, you are really unjust. I am very honest in front of the leaders. I will say one thing and two things. I will not talk nonsense about things that are not true, let alone guessing things. You have been on business with Zhang Yunqing these days, have you learned something bad? There are so many twists and turns. Mr. Hua, the conscience of heaven and earth can be learned from the sun and the moon. I didn't learn bad things, and I didn't teach Air Zhang Gong. Okay, just kidding. Let's talk about it. If you want to leave, can you not leave? Mr. Hua, this matter is really difficult to discuss. Aren't all the preparations ready now? Moreover, my successor Su Dequai has already joined the job, and he is studying well. I am on a business trip this week. Regarding the handling of the capital plan, he also contacted me in a timely manner through QQ. From the perspective of communication, I think he has no problem, and the current situation is already grasped. I will make an appointment with him at the company tomorrow. Go through the plans one by one, so that when he takes over the capital plan, he should be able to complete it without any problems. There's no need for tomorrow. I really don't trust him. You call him and ask him to come over now and go through the funding plans for those projects immediately to see if they can pass the test. Han Zhaokai took out his mobile phone, found Su Dequai's name in the address book, dialed out, and the call was connected. Gong Su, I have returned to Kyoto and am now in the office. Thank you for coming over now, and we will check what you are doing this week. Funding plan. Su Dequai's voice came over the phone. Han Gong, doesn't our company have weekends off? Didn't we make an appointment to check tomorrow? Han Zhaokai replied helplessly, have you ever seen people in engineering companies who have weekend breaks? The person on the phone answered honestly, I have never seen an engineering company that has weekend breaks. Han Zhaokai continued, it turns out that the appointment was to check tomorrow. I am worried that there will not be enough time in the day tomorrow, so I will sacrifice my time on Saturday to check with you. Is there something wrong with you that prevents you from coming to the office? After pondering on the phone for a while, he replied, no, the company's matters are the most important thing. I will be in the office in 10 minutes. Su Dequai arrived at the office more than 10 minutes later. Han Zhaokai greeted him and said, Gong Su, please ask us to discuss your fund plan for this review. Su Dequai replied while turning on the computer, okay. After I turn on the computer, I will send you the fund plan that I reviewed this time. Help me review it and see if there are any problems with what I reviewed. Han Zhaokai said, okay, Mr. Su. Did you find any problems during this audit? Su Dequai replied, no major problems were found. Some minor problems have been solved during the communication process with the project department. The fund plan document I reviewed has been sent to you on QQ. Please accept it. Han Zhaokai clicked the mouse to receive the document sent by Su Dequai and said, okay, let me check it. Han Zhaokai spent about half an hour reading the fund plan document reviewed by Su Dequai, and asked, the supplier has been paid and needs to be verified by the finance department. Have you verified it? Su Dequai replied, I just took over this matter, and the project department didn't talk about the supplier's payment. I thought the project department had verified it clearly every time. Han Zhaokai said, in principle, the project department will verify it, but our business department is required to contact Tang Yulan, the financial contact person, for verification. Su Dequai said, who is Tang Yulan? Han Zhaokai said, it's the weekend now, and the finance department is not working. In this way, next Monday, you remember to find me, and I will take you to meet Tang Yulan, the finance contact person, and then he will transfer the paid data of each project supplier from the software it was exported to you from the system. Su Dequai said, okay, thank you Han Gong. Han Zhaokai came to Hua Baibai's office again and said, Mr. Hua, just now I have checked the capital schedules of several projects that Su Dequai has reviewed this time. Except that I have not checked with the finance department for the accurate amount of payments made to the suppliers, everything else is fine. Hua Baibai said, after such a long time, why didn't Su Dequai check with the financial person the accurate amount paid to the supplier? Han Zhaokai admitted his mistake generously and said, Mr. Hua, I blame you for this. Before this business trip, I forgot to take Su Dequai to meet Tang Yulan, the financial contact person of our business department, and I also forgot to explain to him that the business department must verify the exact amount paid to the supplier. Hua Baibai said, why are you so careless? What are you going to do now? Han Zhaokai said, Mr. Hua, I have communicated with Su Dequai just now. Since it is the weekend, Tang Yulan, the financial manager, is not at work, so we have agreed that next Monday I will take Su Dequai to meet Tang Yulan, the financial coordinator. Please Tang Yulan export the supplier payment data of the projects we are involved in. In this way, all fund plans can be reviewed next Monday. According to the company's time requirements for fund plan review, we have not exceeded the agreed time. Please spend the total time, put your heart in your belly. Hua Baibai laughed and said, okay, it's not scary if something goes wrong. What's scary is not knowing there's a problem. What's even more scary is knowing that there's a problem but deliberately not facing it. It's not too late if you can take the initiative to remedy the situation. Han Zhaokai continued to ask for instructions. Mr. Hua, my boss Lu is urging me more urgently. My plan is that after Su Dequai and I go to find finance Tang Yulan next Monday to connect, we can finish the entire capital plan in one day at most. For the review of the form, I will leave another Tuesday for me to take Su Dequai to complete the approval process of the leaders. In this case, I will leave the company as soon as next Wednesday. Do you think this will work? Hua Baibai said. I said no, it's not okay. You have to leave for the sake of your future. Just do it according to your planned time. If Su Dequai still doesn't understand anything in the middle, when he comes to see you, you should also actively help him take on this work burden. Han Zhaokai said, don't worry, as long as there is need, I will be happy to help Su Gong solve the problem. Then I will fill out the resignation application form. Hua Baibai thought for a while and said, fill it in, time is already very tight. And in our Department of Commerce, when new employees come, they need to find opportunities to organize dinners and hold welcome ceremonies. But for the employees who are leaving, although you are excellent, in order to avoid having a bad impact on the employees who stay to work, we will not say goodbye when you leave. You can keep a low profile and leave quietly. Han Zhaokai said, there is no problem with this. I understand and obey the arrangement. Small-scale friendship is better. How about getting together? Hua Baibai asked, how many people are there? Han Zhaokai said, including myself, there are at most 3 people. Hua Baibai did not object or give permission. Instead, he kicked the ball to Han Zhaokai and said, you can figure it out yourself. Han Zhaokai replied, okay. Thanks to Mr. Hua, I'm out. After Han Zhaokai came out, he found Su Dequai and said, Gong Su, I want to tell you something. Su Dequai said, what's the matter, Han Gong, please tell me. I plan to leave Western Construction next Wednesday. Next Monday and Tuesday will be the last days we work together. During this period, you should think more, read more, and ask more about matters related to the capital plan. I will try my best to help you solve all the problems of fund plan review and approval before I leave. Han Gong, such a short time seems a bit rushed. Can't you stay longer? I can't stay any longer. Someone is urging me very urgently. Now you don't seem to have any problems with your funding plan. Otherwise, Mr. Hua wouldn't agree to the time for my departure. Okay, Han Gong, since Mr. Hua has agreed, I naturally don't have any objections. However, if new problems arise in the capital planning work after you leave, please give me your guidance. You're welcome, I can't talk about guidance. As long as you are willing to call me, I will definitely take the time to discuss with you and jointly solve the problems of capital planning. You can rest assured that I will fully support you. Thank you then. Han Gong, there are only 2 or 3 days left. If you can spare the time someday, let's get together in the evening. Okay, I have a lot of things to do these days, and I'm really a little pressed for time. I plan to have you, me, Zhang Yunqing, and Gong Zhang get together the night before I leave and have a chat. Okay, it will be next Tuesday night, it's decided. By the way, why are there so few people? There are reasons, but it's not convenient to talk about it now. You will know after we communicate next Tuesday night. Ha, it's still a mystery. It's not a mystery. It's really inconvenient to talk about. You will know when the time comes. On Sunday, Zhang Yunqing continued to work overtime in the office to compile Sichuan fixed gross profit margin calculation documents. Another Monday has begun. After Zhang Yunqing came to the office, he just spent 100 years informing everyone to attend the regular Monday meeting in the small conference room number 3. After spending 100 years waiting for everyone to come, he started to preach, there are a lot of things today. Everyone who reports will report the important things last week and plan how to report the important things this week. We must try our best. Shorten the time consumed by this regular meeting. Zhang Yunqing will speak first. Zhang Yunqing took a few seconds to react, thinking why he didn't play according to the rules today, but he still continued to report to Hua Bye-bye. Okay, Mr. Hua. Let me report to everyone that I completed the main tasks last week. 2. 1 is to go to Hongxin County and Luan County to complete the recruitment of managers and workers for the construction of self-built workers, and at the same time form a complete set of plans for the construction of self-built workers. The other thing is to complete the preparation of the Sichuan fixed gross profit margin calculation document. The gross profit margin is XX%, which is basically within the gross profit margin acceptable range of the company. This week's plan is to transfer the relevant information on the construction of the self-built worker team to Chui Anan, the future labor captain, when the time comes, and let him improve the follow-up work. Hua Bye-bye asked Zhang Yunqing, do you have anything planned this week other than handing over this information? Zhang Yunqing replied, that's the case at the moment. Hua Bye-bye said, everyone is so busy, but you have nothing to do. How can this be done? First, I will add another task for you. The gross profit margin calculation documents of several other provinces will also come out this week. You take the initiative to ask they get the results and make a comparison table. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. I've written it down. Hua Bye-bye said, Hua Renjie, what's your situation? Hua Renjie reported, last week I completed a 3 million supplier settlement review. This week I will see who is arranged to review and then I can sign. Hua Bye-bye said, Zhang Yunqing doesn't have much to do there. After the meeting, you will hand over your review results and review materials to Zhang Yunqing for review. Hua Renjie replied, okay, I will hand it over to Mr. Zhang after the meeting. Hua Bye-bye looked at Zhang Yunqing, and Zhang Yunqing hurriedly replied, I'll take note of it. I'll find the flower worker to receive the information after the meeting. Spend 100 years arranging Lei Zhao and said, please report on the status of the material work. Lei Zhao reported the report with a smile. Several supplementary contracts for materials were signed last week. This week there is a project with a 10 million steel structure bidding document and bidding price document that need to be reviewed. Spend 100 years arranging Li Jundao, you report on the budget. Li Jundao, there were no major events last week. This week, a project department has a settlement document that will be reported to the business department for review. The contract amount is 200 million. Hua Bye-bye looked at Lin Yiping and said, Xiao Lin, please report the bidding situation. Lin Yiping sat up straight, stroked her bangs and reported, there were no major events last week. A bidding process is expected to start in Yashan City this week. Hua Bye-bye looked at Han Zhaokai and said, tell me about your work situation. Hanzhou Kaiwi reported, last week, I accompanied Mr. Zhang on a business trip to Hongxin County and Luan County. Together with Su Dequai over the weekend, he reviewed the capital plan documents and he is basically qualified to do the job of a capital manager. This week our plan is to take Su Dequai to get to know Tang Yulan, the finance manager, on Monday and Tuesday, and take him to the offices of the leaders of each fund plan approval to complete the fund plan approval. Hua Bye-bye asked Su Dequai, Su Gong, please report the situation. Su Dequai said, last week, I completed the review of the capital plan for the 8 projects of the business unit and asked Korean workers to review it. This week, after checking with the finance department the amount of payments made by the suppliers, complete the approval procedures for the capital plan. Hua Bye-bye smiled and asked Su Dequai, I heard from Han Gong that you have mastered the review of the fund plan, right? Su Dequai replied humbly, Mr. Hua, according to my own understanding, you should have basically mastered the review of the fund plan. Hua Bye-bye nodded happily and said, okay, Su Gong, I will leave the burden of the capital plan to you from now on. After Hua Bye finished speaking, he glanced at everyone and said, the main responsible persons have briefly reported the situation. Please carefully sort out the work in your hands, especially if it has time-critical requirements, you must complete it in time. Serve the project well. For example, if the project has emergency work, if it involves the application for on-site funds and emergency payment reports, Su Dekue will find me in time in the future. The ways to find me include but are not limited to coming to my office, make phone calls, send QQ messages, send text messages, etc., and do not block them in your own hands. Do you have any other questions? They all replied in unison, no. 100 years announced, the meeting is adjourned. Han Zhaokai took Su Dequai to the office of Tang Yulan, the financial contact person, and introduced, Teacher Tang, I'm bringing Su Dequai, the financial manager of the Commerce Department of the 5th Business Department, to come and recognize the door. Tang Yulan adjusted the glasses frame on the bridge of her nose and said, Okay, Xiao Han, welcome, Xiao Su. Su Dequai hurriedly replied, there will be a lot of trouble for Teacher Tang in the future. Today we need to copy the paid data of each project department of the 5th Business Department to check the fund plan. Tang Yulan smiled and said, it's no trouble for my job. When you need financial data, just come to me at any time. What project data do you want now? Su Dequai handed the fund plan to Tang Yulan and said, Teacher Tang, you see, we need the supplier payment data for these 8 projects. Tang Yulan said, you two sit down and wait. It will take more than 10 minutes to pour it out. Then he asked, after the document comes out, which of you should I send it to? Su Dequai replied, Teacher Tang, please send it to me. My QQ number is XXX. Tang Yulan arranged, Xiao Su, please add me on QQ, mine is XX. Su Dequai took out his mobile phone and added Tang Yulan's QQ number as a friend. The note information was, Su Dequai of the 5th Business Department and Commerce Department. Soon Tang Yulan sent the payment information data file to Su Dequai's QQ account. After Su Dequai and Han Zhaokai said goodbye to Tang Yulan, they quickly returned to Su Dequai's workstation to check the supplier's paid data, and indeed found that several paid data were incorrect. Su Dequai corrected the paid data in the capital plan according to Han Zhaocai's guidance, and called the project department to reprint and approve it before sending it to him. An hour later, I finally rearranged the funding plan signing and approval documents and printed them out. Han Zhaokai took Su Dequai and the capital plan to Hua Baibai's office for approval, and Hua Baibai quickly signed and approved it. Han Zhaokai took Su Dequai to the office of Song Ziyuan, the president of the business unit. Song Ziyuan asked, Xiao Han, why did you bring someone to see me? Han Zhaokai replied, Mr. Song, I have brought Su Dequai, the new capital manager of the Ministry of Commerce, to greet you. By the way, I would like to ask you to review the capital plan this time. Song Ziyuan took the capital plan handed over by Su Dequai and asked, Xiao Su, have you reviewed this capital plan? Su Dequai replied carefully, Mr. Song, I reviewed it, and I also asked workers Han to review it item by item. Song Ziyuan asked some more questions and finally signed his name readily. Han Zhaokai took Su Dequai to the office of Tang Yulan, the financial coordinator of the 5th business unit. She was also the accounting supervisor of the 5th business unit. Han Zhaokai said to Tang Yulan, Teacher Tang, Su Dequai and I are here to trouble you again. This is the funding plan for our 5th business department this month. Please review it. From now on, Su Dequai will come to you to sign for approval. Tang Yulan asked in slight surprise, Xiao Han, you brought Xiao Su here last time, and I didn't pay attention at that time. Now with this arrangement, it seems that you are planning to find another job. Han Zhaokai replied sheepishly, it's not a high-level job. It turns out that the boss has a new project and he just called me back. Tang Yulan replied, the original boss treated you better than our listed company? Han Zhaokai replied, his company is small, so naturally it cannot compare with the strength of our listed company. But he can give me better room for development, unlike me who seems professional and a bit inappropriate in the company now. Tang Yulan smiled and said, well, I wish you good luck. Tang Yulan asked Su Dequai some specific data questions about the capital plan, and the signing and approval of the capital plan was completed about half an hour later. Han Zhaokai took Su Dequai to the office of Ma Jing, Deputy Financial Manager. Han Zhaokai smiled at Ma Jing and said, "Manager Ma, I would like to trouble you to review the capital plan of our 5 business divisions." Ma Jing took the stack of capital plans handed over by Han Zhaokai and replied, "Okay. Let's review the plan. Why are you two here? Are you ready to fight a tiger?" Han Zhaokai smiled and replied, "Manager Ma, there are no tigers to fight in our financial department. Let me introduce, this is Su Dequai, a new colleague from the 5th Business Department. He is now the fund manager of the 5th Business Department and will review the funds in the future. As for the schedule, Manager Su will come to you." Ma Jing replied, quietly, "Are you planning to resign?" Han Zhaokai replied, "Yes, I will leave in a few days." Su Dequai added in a timely manner, "Manager Ma, after Han Gong leaves, I will be responsible for the capital plan. But after all, I am new to it and not very familiar with it. If there is something inappropriate, I will still please bear with me and give me your advice." Ma Jing replied, "It's easy to talk about." Ma Jing asked about the payment status of each project and quickly signed and approved it. Han Zhaokai took Su Dequai to the office of Xue Xue, Deputy Director of Finance. Han Zhaokai said to Xue Xue, "Sister Xue, please approve the capital plan for our 5th Business Department this month." Xue Xue said, "Okay, show me." Han Zhaokai handed the capital plan to Xue Xue. Seeing that Tang Yulan and Ma Jing had already signed it, Xue Xue signed it readily. Han Zhaokai introduced Su Dequai to Xue Xue and said, "Sister Xue, from now on the capital plan of the 5th Business Department will arrange for Su Dequai to come to you." Xue Xue replied, "Newcomer, have you taught him?" Han Zhaokai replied, "This Su Gong has a high IQ and learned quickly, and he was the one who first reviewed this fund plan. Then I reviewed them item by item, and found basically no problems." Xue Xue replied, "That's good." Su Dequai gave Xue Xue a good question, "Hello, Sister Xue, my name is Su Dequai. Please take good care of me in the future." Xue Xue replied to Su Dequai and said, "Gong Su, you work hard. There is no room for mistakes in financial data. Once you make a mistake, you will lose trust and make everyone very tired." Su Dequai replied carefully, "Don't worry, Sister Xue, I will do my best to carefully review the relevant fund plan data." Xue Xue also quickly completed the signing and approval of the capital plan. Han Zhaokai took Su Dequai to the office of Feng Shilan, the head of the financial center. Han Zhaokai reported to Feng Shilanhui, "Hello, Mr. Feng. The colleague I brought here is called Su Dequai. From now on, he will come to you to review our capital plan." Feng Shilan said, "Didn't you just sort it out? Why did you change the person again?" Han Zhaokai replied sheepishly, "It's all my fault. My old boss insisted on letting me go back to work. There is more room for development there. I work here to deal with things like capital plans, which is indeed a bit professional. If you don't speak the right words, it will be difficult to use your strengths." Feng Shilan replied, "Okay, I understand. Give me this month's fund plan." Han Zhaokai handed over the capital plan in his hand. Feng Shilan flipped through her notebook and asked, "Xiao Han, how many projects did your 5th Business Department apply for this time and what is the total planned funding amount?" Han Zhaokai replied, "Mr. Feng, our 5 business departments have submitted fund plans for 8 project departments this time. The total fund plan is 50 million. Feng Shilan arranged, funds are a bit tight this month and I can't give you so much. Our financial meeting has decided to give you 30 million. I will sign and approve it on this general list for you. For the specific detailed list, you will be assigned to the project department. Then, arrange for a new detailed list of actual payments to be signed by the president of the business unit." Han Zhaokai took the capital plan signed and approved by Feng Sherlan and replied, "Okay, I'm sorry to bother Mr. Feng." Han Zhaokai and Su Dequai walked to Hua Baibai's office together. Han Zhaokai reported to Hua Centennial Hui, "Mr. Hua, the total capital plan reported by our business department is 50 million, but the head of the financial center, Feng Sherlan, only approved 30 million. What do you think we should do?" Hua Baibai asked, "Are there any special situations this time where there is a rush for work or workers causing trouble?" Han Zhaokai replied, "There is no such information for the time being." Hua Baibai pondered for a while and replied, "Tell the project department that the approved amount of their capital plan is half, which is equivalent to 25 million. Han Zhaokai asked, "Finance Manager Feng has already cut 40%. If our business department cuts more, the project department will probably have a bigger reaction." Hua Baibai said, "It doesn't matter. Please check carefully. Are the reimbursements due for each project in place?" Han Zhaokai replied, "Every project has the problem of delayed payment." Hua Baibai replied, "That's the end of it. If each project department doesn't pay back in time, where will the company get the money to support the next payment?" After Han Zhaokai and Su Dequai came out of Hua Baibai's office, they returned to their workstations. Su Dequai asked humbly, "Han Gong, you have cut the funding plan so much. Has this happened before?" Han Zhaokai said, "There has never been such a large cut. In the past few months when I took over, the most I cut was about 20%. Su Dequai asked, "If this situation had not happened before, it is estimated that this funding plan would be particularly difficult." Han Zhaokai replied, "What can I do? First tell everyone in the QQ group of the capital plan that this month's capital plan will be implemented at 50%, and ask the project department to report the specific allocation details today." Su Dequai replied, "I will send a message to the QQ group immediately." Su Dequai asked again, "If the project department's reaction is relatively large, is there anything we can do to help reduce the downforce?" Han Zhaokai replied, "When the audits were reduced in the past, the project department usually agreed, and there was nothing to worry about. Just re-edit the statements and report them. But when there were too many audits and reductions, our communication would generally fail to achieve the ideal goal. We can communicate with the three parties, communicate with the Vice President of Production, and then he will coordinate the project department he manages." Su Dequai asked, "If we do this, it is equivalent to assigning the pressure of fund allocation to the Vice President of Production. How many Vice Presidents of Production do we currently have in our business department?" Han Zhaokai replied, "There are 3 Vice Presidents of Production, one is named Xiao Manfu, one is named Hu Jianming, and one is named Xing Xiaofan. I will give you the phone numbers of these bosses." Su Dequai wrote down the names and phone numbers of the 3 Vice Presidents of Production one by one, and stored them in his mobile phone address book. Su Dequai saw that in the QQ group where he just sent the message, people kept sending messages. Without exception, they all expressed their dissatisfaction with the reduction of so much capital plan, which basically means that it will affect the progress of the project, affect the company's image, and be detrimental to subsequent arrangements for construction, etc. Su Dequai asked Han Zhaokai, "Han workers, have you seen the news in the QQ group? The response from the project department staff has been very enthusiastic. What should we do now? How should we explain it?" Han Zhaokai also had a headache and replied angrily, "Oh, the plan limit is only so much, how to explain it? Let the bullets fly for a while." Su Dequai nodded helplessly. But after such a big situation, the business staff of the project department must have been anxious. People kept calling Su Dequai throughout the day, hoping to adjust the payment amount of their project to a higher level. Su Dequai could only politely advise the project department on the phone, saying that the company is currently facing financial difficulties, and asked the project department to understand and support it. He also expressed the leadership's opinions that all project departments with outstanding payment must increase their efforts to collect payment. The more you collect, the more funds you can provide to support your next payment. After Hua Renjie finished the meeting, he handed the reviewed settlement information to Zhang Yunqing for review. Hua Renjie communicated in detail with Zhang Yunqing all the settlement information, the audit status, the communication and adjustments made with the project department during the audit process, and the audit conclusions. Zhang Yunqing also randomly checked 10% of the project quantities, and the basic calculations were accurate. Zhang Yunqing said to Hua Renjie, "We have been checking and communicating with each other for most of the day on this settlement review document, and no problems have been found. Let's go to Mr. Hua to report the situation." After finishing speaking, the two came to Hua Baibai's office with the information. Zhang Yunqing motioned to Hua Renjie to report the situation himself. Hua Renjie made a detailed report to Hua Baibai on both his review and Zhang Yunqing's verification. After Hua Baibai listened, he asked Zhang Yunqing, "Did you two spend most of the day communicating and checking in person?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "Yes." Hua Baibai asked again, "This review of Hua Renjie's settlement review did not find any obvious mistakes on his part?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "No obvious errors were found." This time the flower worker was more careful and could explain all the situation clearly when asked, and was able to find the corresponding information in time for full explanation and communication. Hua Baibai asked, "So his settlement can be signed and finalized?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "I think the conditions are met for signature and finalization." Hua Baibai replied, "Okay. Then you two sign your names on the business department approval column of the settlement approval form and give it to me." Hua Renjie and Zhang Yunqing signed their names on the business department approval column of the settlement approval form and handed it to Hua Baibai. After taking the approval form, Hua Baiyin signed his name and asked Hua Renjie, "If the settlement amount exceeds 2 million, we need to ask the president of the business unit, Mr. Song, to sign it." Hua Renjie replied, "Yes. Mr. Hua." Hua Baibai signed the settlement approval documents and handed them to Hua Renjie and said, "Then you two go and see Mr. Song in the office and ask him for approval." Zhang Yunqing and Hua Renjie went to Song Ziyuan's office together. They were lucky. Song Ziyuan was getting ready to get off work. Hua Renjie said, "Mr. Song, we have a supplier's settlement approval form, which has been approved by Mr. Hua because the limit exceeds. I have paid 2 million, and according to company regulations, I need your approval." Song Ziyuan took the document and asked, "Xiao Hua, was this settlement review reviewed by Zhang Yunqing?" Hua Renjie replied, "Yes, Mr. Hua specially arranged for Zhang Yunqing to review it all day today." Song Ziyuan asked Zhang Yunqing, "Yunqing, did you find anything inappropriate in your review of Hua Renjie's settlement documents this time?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "This project is relatively small, and the number of items in the project list is also small. I also randomly checked and calculated the project quantities. The contract unit price is correct, and there are no wrangling visas. I reviewed the audit and settlement of Hua Renjie Flower Works, and found no. If there is any inappropriateness, the results of the floral review can be recognized." After listening to Zhang Yunqing's answer, Song Ziyuan nodded and said, "Xiao Hua, you must continue to be serious in the future and don't make mistakes in the settlement review work. No problem was found this time, which is a good improvement." Hua Renjie replied, "Okay, Mr. Song, I also learned a lesson from the mistake last time, so this time the review is more serious and detailed." After Song Ziyuan signed the settlement form with his consent and name, he handed it to Hua Renjie and said, "Who doesn't know how to make mistakes? Don't be intimidated by mistakes. In the future settlement review work, you should still do it with confidence and boldness. Pay attention to methods to improve the efficiency and quality of your settlement review as soon as possible to ensure that the company's interests will not suffer major losses. In this process, even if you accidentally make a mistake, you can face it positively and understand your mistakes. Those who change are good comrades." Hua Renjie took the settlement approval information and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Song, for your guidance. We are going back to the office." Zhang Yunqing and Hua Renjie came to Hua Baibai's office to report that Mr. Song had signed the settlement approval form. Just after Zhang Yunqing and Hua Renjie reported the situation to Hua Baibai, they saw Han Zhaokai and Su Dequai coming to Hua Baibai's office with sad faces. Han Zhaokai signaled Su Dequai to report the situation, and Su Dequai reported to Hua Centenary Hui, Mr. Hua, after sending the news to the QQ group this morning that the amount of the capital plan will be reduced by half, the project department said everything. Yes, I don't even dare to reply to messages in the QQ group. Hua Baibai said, normal phenomenon. Are there any other conditions? Su Dequai said, I guess it was because I didn't reply after checking QQ. The business person in charge of each project department called me again. They were all very demanding. They firmly refused to cut the price by half. Some projects agreed to cut the price by 20%, and some projects agreed to cut the price by 20%. The project even only agreed to cut 10%. No project agreed to cut 50%. Hua Baibai said, of course, every project department wants to get more funds to facilitate production arrangements. Have you two come up with any good ideas? Su Dequai shook his head and said, I didn't think of a good way. Han Zhaokai said, Mr. Hua, after cutting it in half, the total planned quota of our business department will be 25 million. Didn't you also reserve a quota of 5 million? I suggest you send a message in the group to inform, this time the capital plan quota is it will be implemented based on 50% of the reported amount. The project department is asked to report the specific allocation schedule here today. If the project department does have difficulties, please report to the vice president in charge of production. The vice president of production will contact the general manager of the Ministry of Commerce to discuss whether the amount can be fine-tuned appropriately. Hua Renjie twisted his neck, thought for a while and said, this idea is feasible. Su Dequai, go use your computer and publish this information in the QQ group immediately. Su Dequai agreed, okay, I'll send the message right away. A few minutes later, Su Dequai returned to Hua Baibai's office. After sitting down, he reported, Mr. Hua, I have sent a QQ message according to your instructions. Hua Baibai's phone rang. He gave a mute signal to the two people sitting across from him, picked up the phone and said, hello, this is Hua Baibai. A voice came from the phone, hello, Mr. Hua. My name is Zhao Manfu. Hello, Mr. Zhao, what do you want from me? Oh, I just received a call from the project managers of the two projects I manage, saying that the funding plan this time has been cut in half. This is not enough and will affect the normal operation of the project department. The two projects I manage, the total funding plan was only reported at 12 million, and after it was cut in half, it was only 6 million. I discussed it repeatedly with the project department, and the project department also communicated with the next company repeatedly, and did a day of ideological work, but 6 million is still it cannot meet the requirements. So please give me more support in terms of the funding plan. Mr. Zhao, support is necessary. Have you two project departments calculated the minimum amount of funding plan we need to support? Mr. Hua, the project managers of the two project departments have complained repeatedly and said that they can only deduct 20% of the reported plan at most. Mr. Zhao, if you only agree to deduct 20%, then the 12 million you reported will be increased from the 6 million allowed by the company to 9.6 million, a full 3.6 million more. How can I coordinate so much funds for you? I also told the project managers that since so much is cut this time, it should be the company's difficulties. We all need to understand and support the company's work. But the 6 million cannot be arranged. Mr. Hua, you let's see how much more funding can be added to the two projects I manage. Mr. Zhao, I understand the difficulties faced by the project department. Let's increase it by 500,000. Mr. Hua, 500,000 is too little. Let's increase it by 1.5 million. I won't embarrass you. Mr. Zhao, there is really no way to increase the number by 1.5 million. Let's increase it by 800,000. Mr. Hua, neither 800,000 nor 1.5 million is actually enough. To make it easier to count, how about you increase the capital plan limit by 1 million? Mr. Zhao, I can only promise to increase your quota by 800,000 yuan now. Now someone is calling. They are probably discussing this matter. There will be a result in the end. If possible, I will adjust it to you. Increase the quota by 1 million. That's fine, I'm sorry to bother Mr. Hua. Mr. Zhao, you're welcome. You arrange for your 2 project departments to prepare a detailed plan based on the total fund of 6.8 million yuan. It will be sent to Su Dekue tonight. It is up to you to determine the specific amount allocated to which project. Okay, I'll make arrangements right away. If Mr. Hua has no other arrangements, I won't take up your time and hang up the phone. Mr. Zhao, hang up the phone. I have to answer another call now. Hua Bye answered the new incoming call and said, "Hello, this is Hua Bye. Hello, Mr. Hua, I am Hu Jianming." "Hello, Mr. Hu, what's the matter?" "Mr. Hua, what else can I do to you at this time?" "Mr. Hu, I have a lot of things to do and I'm a little dizzy. If you have anything, just tell me. It's about this capital plan. The 3 project managers I'm in charge of all called me today. They were all very anxious. They said that the company had cut the 16 million yuan capital plan we reported to 8 million. They were all shouting, "I can't arrange it." "Mr. Hu, when you called just now, you couldn't get through. That's why you said this. The company is in trouble, and everyone needs to support us. Support is support. You definitely can't live without money. Mr. Hu, please do some more ideological work and strengthen the collection work. This time the supplier did not pay well. Next time when the collection is good, we will tend to increase his payment limit." "Mr. Hua, I know what you're talking about, and I've told it to the project manager. But I haven't cut the quota so harshly before, so it's really a bit uncomfortable to cut it off like this." "Mr. Hu, don't you just get used to it if you get used to it slowly?" "Mr. Hua, as for my 3 project departments, the planned capital quota of 8 million is not enough anyway. Within your scope of authority, please tell me how much more quota you can increase for me." "Mr. Hu, I don't have the quota to increase here. If I really want to increase it, I still need to ask the leader for instructions and report. Please tell me the minimum quota you need to increase." "Boss Hua, my request is very simple. We have repeatedly calculated and found that no matter what, we still need to increase the quota by 1 million to ensure that every household can be sprinkled with some Sichuan pepper noodles, so that we can pay it off this month. My request is not high." "Mr. Hu, is the quota of 1 million not high?" "It is quite high. Now that these things need to be urgent, you first allocate your total capital plan quota of 9 million to 3. Go to the project department and ask them to compile a detailed list of payments and send it to Su Dekui this evening. Then thank you Mr. Hua for your support. If you still have extra credit, you can support me again." "You're welcome. If necessary, I will support you, Mr. Hu, don't worry. Goodbye." "Bye-bye." After hanging up the phone, Hua Bye said, "Su Dekui, Xiao Manfu's capital plan limit has been adjusted from 6 million to 6.8 million. Hu Jianming's capital plan has been adjusted from 8 million to 9 million. The 2 together are 15.8 million. Remember it." Su Dekui replied, "Mr. Hua, I have already written it down." Hua Bye said, "When you review the payment details of the projects they are responsible for, it must be within this limit. Which project department they are responsible for has more and which one has less can be decided by the corresponding vice president of production. But the total amount must not be exceeded." Su Dekui replied, "Okay, I will strictly review the payment details document from the project department after I receive it in the evening." Hua Bye said, "Our company has approved a total quota of 30 million, and now 15.8 million has been used, leaving a total quota of 14.2 million. Before Hua Baiwen could fully recover, the phone rang again. After the call was connected, before I could introduce myself, an anxious voice came, "Mr. Hua, my dear Mr. Hua, the quota of your capital plan this time has been cut in half. You are cutting it, not the quota. The stakes are high. The 3 project managers are almost fighting to get the quota that I can allocate. Mr. Zheng, don't worry. The amount of the capital plan this time is really tight. To tell you the truth, I have received a lot of calls today to coordinate the amount of the capital plan. I also have a headache. Mr. Hua, you have cut too many quotas this time, and it is difficult to arrange for the next one. There is another project. The construction unit only informed this morning that it needs to rush for work. How can we arrange for the rush for work without money? Mr. Zheng, have you done the math on the project to grab the job? If you tighten the plan, how much funding will be needed to support it? I asked the project manager to organize a meeting with relevant personnel in the project department. The results of their discussion showed that at least 5 million more quotas need to be added to successfully implement the work rush arrangement. Mr. Hua, please give me more support. Mr. Zheng, I don't have a capital plan limit of 5 million for you to increase. Then what should I do? The quota you approved at 50% is 11 million. You can balance it among your 3 project departments and give priority to ensuring the payment of suppliers who rush to work. Such an arrangement can solve some problems, but it will only take one thing at the expense of another. The job-preserving project will seriously affect the normal operation of other projects. You'd better help us coordinate and increase the amount of funds planned. It's okay to increase the quota, but there really isn't as much as 5 million to call. How about you calculate it again, tighten it a little more, make a detailed list, and call us to discuss it. Okay, I'll let the project department sort it out in more detail. After Hua Baibai hung up the phone, he looked at Su Dequai and Han Zhaokai and said, I'm going to have to work hard tonight for you two to collect all the payment detail data files for these 8 project departments. Zheng Xiaofan, Mr. Zheng's total amount of the fund plan, he will call me later to discuss it, and then I will tell you. You go to have dinner first and then come back to strengthen contact with the project department. I will leave first. Han Zhaokai and Su Dequai hurriedly came out of Hua Baibai's office. After going to a small noodle shop near the company and eating a bowl of noodles, I returned to the office. The payment details of the 2 project departments managed by Zhao Manfu have been sent to Su Dequai. Su Dequai checked that the total amount was 7.2 million. 400,000 more than the scheduled 6.8 million. Su Dequai had no choice but to call Zhao Manfu and said, Hello, Mr. Zhao, I am Su Dequai, the financial manager of the Commerce Department of the 5th Business Department. Hello, Manager Su, what's the matter? Today Mr. Hua has arranged that the total planned capital limit for the 2 projects in your area is 6.8 million yuan. The total amount of the 2 projects reported to me now is 7.2 million yuan. There's no problem with more than 400,000. Mr. Zhao, for me, I also hope that the project department can pay more. But the actual situation is that the total capital plan of the business department this time is very tight, and there is no way to give you more financial support for the area. I'd rather trouble you to arrange for the project department to revise the payment details. Gong Su, does this mean that the total planned capital limit of the 2 project departments must be changed to within 6.8 million? Yes, Mr. Zhao. Otherwise, the total quota of our business department will not be enough, which will affect the overall approval of the payment procedures of the business department. Okay, Engineer Su, I'll contact the project department to confirm. The payment details of the 3 project departments in Hu Jianming's area have been sent to Su Dequai on QQ. Su Dequai checked that the total amount was 9.9 million, which was 900,000 more than the scheduled 9 million. Su Dequai called Hu Jianming again, Mr. Hu, I have received the payment details of the 3 project departments in your area on QQ. I checked, and the total payment of the 3 project departments plus together, it is 9.9 million, which is 900,000 more than the 9 million area fund plan communicated by Mr. Hua. Gong Su, is there an extra 900,000 yuan? It's just an extra 900,000 yuan. The project is really difficult. When I asked to adjust the data in this table, the 3 project managers had already made many calls, and each of them said they didn't have enough money. It's difficult to get things done. The company should still think of more ways to provide strong financial support to the project department. Mr. Hu, it's not that I don't support it, it's that the finance department has an opinion. The total amount is only so much, and funds are tight. If you have more, others will have less, which will affect others. Please also ask Mr. Hu to lead the project team, work with the company to overcome the difficulty of financial constraints. Gong Su, you should overcome the difficulties. Can't this 9 million be even more? Yes, Mr. Hu, that's not much at the moment. I still need to trouble you and inform the 3 project departments in your area to prepare a new payment schedule based on the total amount of the 9 million capital plan, and then send it to me. Gong Su, if this is the case, I will communicate with the project department and try to lower it. Mr. Hu, you must work hard and get down. It's troublesome. Hua Bai called and said, the capital plan limit for Zheng Xiaofan's area has been negotiated. On the basis of 50% of the reported quota of 2,200, 2.6 million will be added, which is the total capital plan limit of 13.6 million. In this case, we will have a total balance of 1,420. This is reduced by 13.6 million yuan, and there is still a flexible capital plan limit of 600,000 yuan to deal with emergencies. Su Dequai replied, okay, I've written it down. The total amount of the fund plan payment details reported by Zhaomanfu District and Hujianming District is greater than the amount allocated to them. I have informed the 2 general managers on the phone. The project department has prepared payment details in strict accordance with the allocated amount. After Han Zhaokai and Su Dequai said goodbye to Song Ziyuan, they came to Hua Baibai's office. Han Zayakaihui reported, Mr. Hua, Mr. Song said that the flexible capital plan limit of our business department is only 600,000, which is too small. Let me tell you, if you want to use this limit, you must discuss it with him. Hua Baibai replied, okay, I'll write it down. Han Zhaokai repeatedly sorted out the work and materials in his hands, formed a data transfer list, and made a written handover and signature confirmation with Su Dequai. Han Zhaokai came to Hua Baibai's office with a signed version of the data transfer list and reported, Mr. Hua, the work handover between me and Su Dequai has been completed, and a written signature document has been formed. Hua Baibai said, okay. Show me. Han Zhaokai handed the signed version of the data transfer list document to Hua Baibai. After looking at it, Hua Baibai asked, this handover work seems relatively clear, but after all, there are so many things, it is difficult to express clearly in a handover table. If Su Dequai is actually running the work in the future, if there are still doubts, I hope you can continue to guide him. Han Zhaokai replied cheerfully, Mr. Hua, don't worry, I also told Su Dequai that if you still need to communicate with me, just call me at any time. My phone number will not change. Hua Baibai said again, you will go back to work at your boss Lu's place this time. After all, you have been leaving your job for a while. You must find a way to repair the relationship between you and stop raising doubts. Han Zhaokai replied, thank you, Mr. Hua, for reminding me. I will definitely pay attention to this issue. Hua Baibai waved his hand and said, I wish you a bright future. I won't give it to you specially, please take care. Han Zhaokai stood up and thanked him, thank you, Mr. Hua. I will remember your teachings. Mr. Hua, take care. Everyone was busy with what they were doing, and it was soon time to get off work. Han Zhaokai made an appointment with Zhang Yunqing and Su Dequai to slow talk barbecue. Han Zhaokai ordered food and beer first, and then asked Zhang Yunqing and Su Dequai to confirm again. Because we came earlier, there was only one table of guests, and they were all served quickly. The three of them raised their glasses at the same time. "Without any nonsense," he said, "do it." After the first glass of wine, we started talking more. Han Zhaokai said, "Mr. Zhang, Gong Su, after I completed the handover this afternoon, I went to say goodbye to Mr. Hua. I will leave Western Construction tomorrow and go back to work at the original boss Lu's place." Zhang Yunqing and Su Dequai raised their glasses and congratulated, "Congratulations to the Korean workers on their new job tomorrow. I wish you a safe journey." The three of them drank another glass. After chatting for a while, Su Dequai picked up his glass and thanked Han Zhaokai. "Han Gong, although I haven't been here for a long time, I can feel your serious and responsible attitude towards work. I can learn to deal with it in such a short period of time. The review of the capital plan has a lot to do with your patient teaching. Please allow me to toast you for this." Han Zhaokai picked up the wine glass and said, "That's right. Let's do it." The three of them laughed. Zhang Yunqing said, "My usual work is too stressful, and there is always a tight string in my heart. Today we bid farewell to Han Zhaokai. We should say what we should say, and what we shouldn't say, as long as we think of it. Maybe after this farewell, I don't know if we can meet again. Try not to leave any regrets for each other." The two of them agreed at the same time, "Okay." Zhang Yunqing continued, "Are Mr. Hua and Mr. Song really relieved that you are leaving this time?" Han Zhaokai said, "I took the initiative to report to the two leaders, and I did show some uneasiness, and I also gave an appropriate explanation. In addition, the last review and coordination of the fund plan was arranged by Su Dequai. Handling it in person actually reduces the leader's level of worry." Zhang Yunqing asked Su Dequai again, "Gong Su, you have personally conducted a whole process of fund plan review this time. Have you fully understood it?" Su Dequai humbly replied, "Worker Zhang, Worker Han, I think it's too early to say that I have fully understood it now. After all, there are many things involved. Especially how much is allocated to which project department. Mr. Hua said that I will allocate the amount next month and then review it for him. You two can help judge, can this job be easy?" Zhang Yunqing said, "It seems that you have understood the essence of this job. But just because you have understood it, it does not mean that this job is easy." Su Dequai thought for a while, picked up his glass and toasted Zhang Yunqing, "That's the truth. Thank you Zhang Gong for your advice." Zhang Yunqing raised his wine glass and clinked it with Su Dequai and said, "You're welcome, we will help each other in the future." Su Dequai said, "It seems to me now that you are the only one who helps me. How can I help you?" Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, "This is just for the moment. You will realize it slowly in the future." Su Dequai asked dissatisfiedly, "I don't know who said it just now. I will say what I should say tonight, and I will say what I shouldn't say. Why are you starting to change the plan now?" Han Zhaokai picked up the wine glass and said, "Let me toast you too. After drinking, I will explain this problem." The three clinked glasses and finished. Han Zhaokai said softly, "Gong Zhang helped me answer a lot of questions during this period, and helped me relieve some of my psychological burden. It can be said that I want to be where I am today in a situation like Western architecture, and I owe it to Gong Zhang. Provide me with timely analysis, guidance and understanding. Mr. Su, you will be my successor in this position in the future, and you will be in charge of the allocation of the project department's capital plan. At our company headquarters, you may not realize this. What a concept! But for a project department or an area, if the amount of the fund plan is slightly biased, it will bring huge and affordable financial support to the normal operation of the project department and area." Su Dequai said, "I can understand this. What I can't understand is that Zhang Gong said that he and I should help each other." Han Zhaokai smiled and said, "You have a very high IQ, did you know that?" Su Dequai replied, "I know this. I took the test when I joined the company." Han Zhaokai asked again, "Have you ever tested your emotional intelligence?" Su Dequai answered honestly, I haven't tested it, so I don't know. Han Zhao Kai replied speechlessly, okay. Let me be clearer. Mr. Zhang's current job is to work in Beijing. After the trial period of about 1 month is over, he will be sent to Zhao Manfu's area to be the area operation manager. Su Dequai replied, no wonder, I mean I can't think of where I can help him. Han Zhao Kai picked up the wine glass and said, come on, the three of us will help each other from now on. Let's do it. The two of them echoed in unison, help each other.